Okay. So good evening, everyone. My name is Bonnie Winona McKinnon. I'm the chairman of the Nottingham Zoning Board of Adjustment, and this is our monthly meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I'd like to introduce members of the board. We have one new member that was just elected last week. So the second, I can't really see all of you up there. I just have a few photos and none of you are members of the board, but Teresa, could you speak up? I think you're just on a phone tonight. Yes?
I'm here.
Teresa Bascom. Terry Bonzer. Terry, could you speak up so your picture will come hopefully in the center? Maybe is your sound not turned on, Terry? Because we're not hearing you.
I've tried unmuting him, but it's got to be him.
I was muted. Sorry about that. Yep.
Thanks, Terry Bonzer. The next member is Raylene Shippey Rice. Raylene, could you say something, please? So you take that center spot.
Here you go.
Unmute yourself. You're just on a phone, Raylene?
No, I'm present. Sorry.
Okay, but would you turn your audio, your visual on? I like the audience to be able to see the members of the board if possible.
Oh, that's fine.
It's more like being there in person. And then we have one new member, Romeo Dene. Romeo, could you speak up, please? So you will take the center stage. And everyone
Hi,
can
here
see.
I am.
Thanks, Romeo. Welcome to the zoning board. So these are the members of the board. We have a
Thank
full
you.
board tonight. The rules of procedure. First of all, we have two public hearings. Our agenda says some other business first, but I've discussed this with Joanna. We're going to do the first thing on the agenda next month. So normally we vote to review our bylaws and rules in the April meeting, and that's after the March election. So it's the
Bonnie,
month.
may I interrupt you?
You may.
I'm supposed to be sworn in.
You haven't been sworn in?
Should that be done before the meeting?
Totally. I think that it's okay to do it by Zoom. Everybody sees Romeo. I know Romeo. So repeat after me, Romeo. I, Romeo Dene,
I, Romeo Dene,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will bear faith and true allegiance
that I will bear faith and true allegiance
to the United States of America
to the United States of America
and the state of New Hampshire,
and the state of New Hampshire,
and will support the constitutions thereof.
and will support the Constitution thereof.
So help me God.
Help me God.
This I do under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do so under the penalties of perjury.
Pains and penalties of perjury. You're sworn in.
Okay.
You need to report to the town clerk and let her know that I swore you in.
Oh, sure.
She has to keep these records. So, and you can't sit in your seat till you're sworn in. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I thought you might have.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. So it was actually a pretty good point where I'm now going to go over the rule. I was going over the agenda, which Joanna had put down election of officers and review and amendment of the rules of the board. We normally do that on the month, after the elections. And since everything was postponed this year because of the COVID, our elections were barely a week ago. So I'm proposing that we do that next month. I think we have enough to deal with tonight to keep us busy till we're tired. So if that's okay with the board, I'll just move on to the public hearings. And in any event, our rules put the hearings before our own board business. So moving on to the first public hearing. But before we go into the public hearing, I'm going to read the conduct of public hearings, the rules of the public hearings of this board. Just because we have a new member and we have a large audience tonight, I want everyone to know that there are rules. You cannot speak without speaking through the chair. And if you do speak, I see a lot of you have the same name. I see you've changed it back. Good. You must give your name and address before you speak to the board. And that will go in the public record. So this is being recorded. Joanna is our land use clerk, and this is her last time meeting with this board. We're going to miss her terribly. Joanna is retiring from land use clerk from both this board and the planning board, and has other plans in her life. So we will wish her the best, but she will be doing the minutes of this meeting, and she is recording it. The rules are thus: the chairperson shall call the hearing in session and read the application. So Joanna sends me the application on the agenda. I don't see it on here. Anyway, members of the board may ask questions at any point during testimony. So board members, remember that you can politely interrupt anybody's testimony if a question comes up that you wish to address. Each person who appears shall be required to state their name and address and indicate their affiliation to the case. Are you the applicant? Are you an abutter? And so forth. Are you a member of the public? Are you some kind of expert bringing advice and information to the board? Any member of the board, through the chairperson, may request any party to the case to speak a second time. Any party to the case who wants to ask a question of another party to the case must do so through the chair. The applicant shall be called to present their case. That I will call the applicant first, and those abutters in favor shall be allowed to speak. Those abutters. Those of you who are in favor, you must be an abutter to be in that first group. The board will hear any evidence that pertains to the case from other parties that wish to speak. Applicant and those in favor shall be allowed to speak in rebuttal. Those in opposition shall be allowed to speak in rebuttal. The chairperson shall present a summary setting forth the facts of the case and the claims made for each side, with opportunity given for correction from the floor. So please excuse my dogs. This is the downside of Zoom. If I yell at him to be quiet, he's deaf, so he's not going to hear me. And he hears things that aren't there, I think. Danny, no. There's no one at the door, and he's at the door. So at the end, you know, when I summarize the case, the board will discuss it. You know, we call that deliberating. So we can each say what we think about it. We can ask further questions, and then at some point we will move to either continue the case because we want or need more information, or someone will make a motion that will resolve whether this application is accepted or denied. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, me first. So the first public hearing tonight is case number 21008-VA. VA means variance. Application from Tammy DeFrancesco and James George for a variance from Article 2, Section C of the zoning ordinance to permit watercross events with incidental camping, i.e. commercial use, 3 weekends per year. The property is located at 214 Raymond Road in Nottingham and is identified as tax map 69 lots 8 and 9. So who will be presenting this tonight for the owners? Tammy, do you have a, sorry, Scott?
That would be me, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes. Tell me your name again, Brent, right?
Brett Allard with Bernstein Scher.
Thank you, Brett.
And I'm also joined tonight by Scott Frankowitz of New Hampshire Land Consultants, our survey and design expert who did the plans, Tammy G. Francesco, the landowner, and Steve Reynolds, the event producer for Northeast Watercross. So,
Madam Chair, may I interrupt for a moment?
Go ahead, Romeo.
Because I am newly seated and have not participated in a prior meeting with regards to this request. I suggest that the presenter for Tammy DeFrancesco may say, because Romeo is not well-versed in actually hearing testimony, they may want me to exempt myself from voting. If they don't mind, I'll be happy to sit in and vote on this.
We're okay with you voting.
So let me
Okay.
just also add, Romeo, that they actually came before the board with 2 requests. So we acted on the first request last month. We heard some testimony on the second request, which is what you missed. And Mr. Allard might maybe just briefly summarize your presentation last week.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Essentially, and that was a pretty long presentation. That was a pretty long evening. So this is going to be by no means comprehensive.
Summarize is good, though. It'll be a nice refresher for the rest of the board as well. It has been a month since
I think someone accidentally shared their screen that we're now seeing.
I know, who did that? Somebody with an iPad, please remove your screen sharing. Thank you. Now, Mr. Allard, if you speak, I think you'll take over. Terry somehow has the center stage, but.
Yep. Great. So at the last meeting, there was 2 applications before the board. Our first application was an appeal of an administrative decision from a decision that was made by the planning board. And it was the planning board during our site plan application proceeding that originally made the determination that they believed a variance was required from this board in order to permit these events. So we filed 2 appeals to this board. One was an administrative appeal from that decision, arguing that we did not believe we needed a variance under the terms of the zoning ordinance because we thought it was an accessory use to the property and a permitted accessory use by right. That was denied by the board by a vote of 3-2. So there were 2 members of the board who agreed with us that a variance was not required, but we weren't in a majority, so that was denied. We then moved on to what we filed at the same time, the second application, which was the variance application to permit 3 Watercross events on this property per year. There's 3 weekends per year. And to briefly summarize my presentation from last time, actually I'll share my screen and show the plan. So this is the property in question. It is a 63.04 acre property off of Raymond Road that has a gravel pit that has existed. It's a pre-existing non-conforming gravel pit. It's grandfathered. It has a man-made pond in the middle of it. And you can see this other lot, lot 8 to the north is where the applicants reside. They operate this gravel pit, ongoing active gravel pit. We proposed some to have 3 Watercross events per year. If you don't know what Watercross is, it's sort of like snowmobiles, but jet ski hybrid. And they can sort of race around the pond and do their thing. We proposed some camping up here, all contained on this lot 10. The camping is only for the racers and their immediate guests and family. When we do these events, there was 3 events held last year by special permits issued by the Board of Selectmen. And the campsites are only for the immediate guests, the racers and their families. They show up on Friday, they have 2 hours to practice, and then the event days are Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So instead of them leaving and going back to wherever it is they were going, they stay for the weekend in this parking area, which is also for the public, but then this camping area just for the racers. The 5 variance criteria, to summarize very briefly, again, we're not proposing any permanent changes to the property, only 3 weekends a year. The events are supported by temporary infrastructure. such as, signs, porta potties, vendor tables. We're not proposing to make any changes to the property in terms of construction or anything like that. 98% of the year, other than those 3 weekends a year, the property remains just as it is today, which is the ongoing active gravel pit operation. And so because of that, we told the board last time that due to the limited nature of the events, it will not alter the essential character of the area, threaten public health or safety, etc. In terms of the first criteria to get a variance granted. And in terms of the spirit of the ordinance, the same reasons, this is a pretty low intense use in terms of the limited nature of it only being 3 weekends a year. They have a police detail and a paramedic detail on site during all the events to ensure public health or safety. There was never any traffic issues during the 3 events last year, and we don't anticipate that being any different this year. And really, these machines are sort of the same as a boat or a jet ski out on Pawtuckaway Lake in terms of environmental impacts, which are minimal, same as a boat or a jet ski. And in terms of the noise they create, again, this is a gravel pit, ongoing active gravel pit with an inherent level of noise as it is. So I don't want to get too long-winded into, the details of my presentation before. And if you have any specific questions, Romeo, I would be happy to answer them. I'm sure you can also go back and read the minutes and view the video if this goes on past tonight. But is that a good enough summary, Chair, or is there anything I missed that you think I should address?
No,
I'm okay with what you said. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Aller.
So I guess I would at this point just incorporate by reference all of the comments that I made on the 5 variance criteria during the last meeting and carry those over to tonight. And then the purpose of tonight was really to come back and address where we left off. Was there was some concerns from the public, there was some concerns from the board about noise, about the aquifer, about surrounding property values, etc. And so the purpose of tonight was to come back with some additional information and answer some of those questions and hopefully satisfy some of those concerns. So I just wanted to point out a few things before we get rolling, because I don't think I mentioned it during the last hearing. We do have a New Hampshire Fish and Game approval, and that is an approval that was issued to run these machines during these events. We do have an NHDOT approval for access off of Raymond Road during the events. And then when we were before the planning board, there was a determination of regional impact made with notices sent to Raymond and Epping. And Epping indicated that they did not believe there would be any impacts, except for possibly a little noise on Blake Road, which is right over here, if you're looking at my screen. And Town of Raymond did not believe there would be any impacts to them. There was some discussion about the aquifer and this property being located on the aquifer. There was a letter from the Lamprey River Advisory Committee. I believe this board has that. We submitted it with our new materials a few weeks ago. And if you look at that, they indicate that there's no pollution impacts to the Lamprey River, at least to the river. I'm going to switch my screen here and give an example of an aquifer situation. So this is Epping right next door. And if you look at this area up and down Route 125, this area is all in the aquifer. And this is a satellite image of that same area. And you can see you have Telly's, you have the Irving, I'm sure everyone's familiar with this area, PSNH, and then the town's wastewater treatment center actually out back here. And this is really just a very brief example to say development in an aquifer is not per se detrimental to an aquifer. So, the word aquifer gets thrown around a lot. Certainly it's important to protect, but that does not mean that any human activity on an aquifer is automatically bad for the aquifer or detrimental to anyone's health or safety. The One of the other issues was about surrounding property values. Joanna, did you receive the appraisal letter that we just sent over earlier this afternoon? We apologize for the late submission, but we literally just received it this afternoon.
Okay.
And I didn't know if that had been forwarded to the board or not.
No, it has not been forwarded to the board because I received it tonight when I got to the office. I don't work during the day on Tuesday.
I have an interruption, please. Mr. Allard, if we could not get off the aquifer just yet.
Sure.
I am wondering, I have a concern having, I live entirely on the other side of town, but we had a water bottling plant that was proposed when I first moved to town that could easily have contaminated the aquifer. And I won't go into the details about that. But I have a concern about, let's say, a bunch of snowmobiles sink into that pond. Do you have any kind of expert information on whether or not the spillage of gas and oil, I know it doesn't take much gas to pollute water, whether that would impact and how it would impact the aquifer?
We do not have any expert evidence on the impacts to the aquifer itself. And the reason we don't have any is because we were sort of looking at it the same as what's going on right next door on the lake. And you have, you know, hundreds of boats and jet skis out there all day, every day, snowmobiles in the winter, with all the same possibilities for leaks of gas, of oil. And I guess you really could say the same thing about any of the cars driving up and down Raymond Road here through the aquifer. So we really don't view it as well, it's definitely something to consider and be mindful of. It's really so similar to everything that's happening on the lake across the street all day, every day, that we didn't see it rising to the level of needing to go engage an expert to provide us with that information.
But is it not?
Chair?
I'm going to ask him one further question first, please. Is it not true that, honestly, I'm not familiar with Watercross events. I've never seen one. You know, I have learned, you know, from this case that the machine kind of stands up on its hind end and sips across the water. Yes, like the front end comes up out of the water, and that they are a lot more likely to sink than an ordinary boater out there boating. I mean, that's my concern. I mean, you're making a comparison with the lake. And
so Steve Reynolds with Northeast Watercross is here. He can probably speak much more articulately about the design of the machines than I can. And Steve, if you want to chime in to answer that question, definitely feel free to go ahead. The way we're looking at it, though, is even if one of these things sank, this is a completely contained man-made pond. This is not a pond that is connected to the greater watershed. It's not something that flows into the Lamprey. It's not something that flows into Pawtuckaway. This is a man-made pond inside an old gravel pit. So in terms of, you know, environmental pollution or something that's going to get into the rest of the world, we just don't really see that as a big threat here, because this is, you know, completely self-contained man-made situation on this property.
it can't be self-contained unless it has a liner. I mean, the water comes from a spring, right? The water that's in the pond.
Right. I just mean self-contained in the sense that there's no, you know, it's not flowing out through another water body or flowing into another water body.
Okay, so there's no exit out of there, is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
Obviously, everything can seep into the ground, but
Right, and is it a sand and gravel aquifer? This particular aquifer? Do you know?
I'm not sure exactly what type of aquifer it is in this area.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead. Is that Raylene?
Oh, I just shut myself. I want to go back to the question of the aquifer. I think that at our meeting last year, we did ask questions about it. And although the discussion tonight has said it was not I interpret the statement as saying it was not an important issue and not pursued. I would assume that considering that there was a concern, that somehow that question would be addressed.
So I didn't mean to say that it wasn't important or something that shouldn't be looked at. It certainly should, and it is important. Most of what was discussed at the last meeting related to noise, and that's really where we focused our efforts, and I haven't gotten to that point in the presentation yet. But that's really all I meant by that is I think maybe we discussed the aquifer extremely briefly, which is why I just mentioned it tonight. But most of the issues coming up at the last meeting were regarding noise, which is all I was.
Is there any attempt to determine what effect it may have on the aquifer?
It was discussed by our team. We have an
By
approval
the
from.
team?
We have an approval from New Hampshire Fish and Game to operate these events. I can't speak to precisely what their internal approval process was, but I would imagine they're looking at similar type things. And also this has to go back to the planning board for site plan review. And really, I think at the end of the day, the issue of impacts to an aquifer are more of a planning decision than a zoning decision in terms of is this use appropriate. So I certainly don't mean to, it was never my intent to downplay any of the board members' concerns, but I think when it comes to spending time and money and energy on the aquifer questions, it's probably a time better spent before the planning board.
Madam Chair, may I?
Go ahead, Romeo.
It's my understanding that gasoline and oil are both lighter than water. If a machine sunk into the water and had oil or gasoline seeping out of it, it would float. The oil could be removed and the gasoline would just evaporate. That's my understanding. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to, it's a sand aquifer. The sand is a very, very good filter for filtering out pollutions, if there were any.
All right, unless there's any more discussion about the aquifer, I will move on to discussing the surrounding property values. And we did just receive our appraisal letter today. Everyone in the real estate industry, as I'm sure this board knows, is extraordinarily busy nowadays, and appraisers are no exception to that. So even though we just received this today, I did forward it to Joanna. We would like for this letter to become part of the certified record. We believe it is part of the certified record for being submitted, although this board does not have it in front of it tonight. But it's pretty short, and so I'll just read it for this board's edification. And this is from Jack Lavoie, SRA AI-RRS, Accurate Appraisal Services, letter dated June 15th, 2021 to Tammy DiFrancesco, the landowner, regarding Watercross valuation impact. And he said, "Dear Ms. DiFrancesco, pursuant to the request, I have researched the location and characteristics of your property."
It does not float the way it should.
Excuse me? Please don't interrupt.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Allard.
"Pursuant to your request, I have researched the location and characteristics of your property and the general area, including the abutting properties. I've also considered the potential use of your property as you have described it to me, being a Watercross racing series site a few weekends a year. I've noted that the current use of the property is as a gravel pit, which could be considered by some abutters as a nuisance. It is my understanding that the gravel pit would not operate during Watercross weekends. In addition, the property is located on a through street that can be busy at times. The busy road and the gravel operation may present some minor external obsolescence to properties located in that general area. The fact that there is current obsolescence would mitigate any, if any, potential noise, traffic, or other temporary nuisance due to Watercross. In my 30 years of appraising real estate, I have analyzed hundreds of properties that suffered from some kind of external obsolescence. They range from being impacted by simple abutting construction to proposed cell towers located in residential neighborhoods. Unless a home is located in an extremely high and expensive subdivision, nearly all properties have the potential for minor nuisance at some times during the year. In order to affect the value of real estate, the negative factor would need to rise to a high enough level that it would impact the buying decisions of the typical buyer. If the properties in the general area meet the criteria of the buyers, the effect of the Watercross would not deter the vast majority of them. Based on the information provided to me in my research of the area, it is my professional opinion that there would be no negative or adverse effect on surrounding property values. If you or any of the town officials have any questions, I invite them to reach out to me. I'm happy to discuss them. And so really to summarize that all in one sentence, it is pretty much confirms the representations that we were making at the last meeting, which is this is an ongoing active gravel pit and has been since the 70s. There is perhaps some minor external obsolescence as a term of art that I didn't use last time, but makes sense. And adding a Watercross event to this property, given its current conditions, current effect on the area, will not affect surrounding property values more than any external obsolescence currently impacted by the current ongoing gravel operation. So that is a supplement to our diminution of values argument. We do not think there will be any diminution of surrounding property values if this variance is granted. So without further ado, I'm going to move on to the sound issue. We did take a close look at the sound, and we actually had Mr. Reynolds of Northeast Watercross and the landowner. They went out there on June 4th, 2021, and they ran 5 of these machines and took decibel readings from various locations. Actually, Joanna, did the board get copies of this, or Chair, do you have copies of the sound report from Mr. Reynolds? Because we did submit these a few weeks ago, but I did not see them on the link on the website with all the other new documents.
I think that I have seen them. I don't know if every board member has seen them. Have you seen them? Raylene, Terry, Joanna, are they, they're probably on the town.
I looked at all of the information that was sent to us, and I don't
Remember it.
recall seeing them.
It was in our
Emailed it.
packet. I received it.
May have been there.
I
It's in
emailed
the
it.
packet.
I emailed it to all the board members. I am sorry, I omitted that from the website.
Thank you, Joanna.
Okay, great. So since everyone has it, or it sounds like everyone has it, I don't need to read it verbatim. You can all read it for yourselves, but essentially if you look at location 1 and location 2, this was taken on June 4th, 2021. They were out there, they ran 5 machines simultaneously on the pond and had decibel readings taken at various locations while those machines were running. The first one was at 212 Raymond Road. It was right outside the condos that abut the property. And the noise level varied from 65 to 75 decibels on average, spiking to 80 to 85 at times. Location 2 was Indian Run Road. That's a road where certain abutters, or not certain abutters, certain residents on the road expressed last meeting that the noise was absolutely unbearable last year, and that they could barely hear themselves speak, that it was extremely disruptive. So we went out to Indian Run Road while 5 of these machines ran, and we took a video of the decibel readings, and I'd be happy to show the board that right now. This is the video.
Can I interrupt you, Mr. Allard?
Yep.
Can you tell me what the EPA recommends and at what point do the decibels damage human hearing?
I do not know at what decibel the human hearing would be damaged. I do know that during the events, everyone has the option to wear earplugs or headphones, no different than if you went to Loudon or Lee or Epping. But in terms of the noise level on Indian Run Road, which is about as the crow flies half a mile away from the pond while these machines were running, this was the sounds you could hear in a video of the decibels.
This is Steve Reynolds of Northeast Watercross. We're at 12 and 14 Indian Run Road, running a simulation 5-man snowmobile watercross. talking right now raises the decibels higher than what's being recorded.
So my understanding is that you can't hear Steve talking in this, but essentially what he's saying is as you see those numbers dart into the 60s and 70s, that's when he's talking. And other than that, you can just hear birds chirping.
I mean, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything on that audio. I mean, did he have the sound thing on? Function?
So the results, my voice, and
So my understanding is that you can't hear what he's saying in that, and you can't hear the video. I'm gonna have to, Joanne, do you know if there's any way for this to be shared in a way that everyone can hear the video?
I mean, could other people hear it? Could you hear it, Mr. Allard?
I could hear it because I was sharing it from my screen.
Okay,
I
But
could
I
not
don't-
hear it.
you could not?
The only way I can think of is to maybe I can post it on the website. And people can listen to it at their own time.
Or you could email the link to it to the
I
board.
could, I could email around the link, or I could email to Joanna and she could circulate it. I don't want to take up too much time during the meeting.
And could there be it may already be there because I couldn't hear it either, but a description of where the person is in relation to the properties that are nearby and properties that are further and the concerns of the people on Pawtuckaway?
So this person, we were standing half a mile away on Indian Run Road while the 5 machines were racing around the pond. And the decibels from just the ambient earth, birds chirping, animals walking around in the woods were reading in the 30s, 40s, 50s. Then when Steve would talk, you could see it jump up into the 70s. But the decibel readings from half a mile away were not catching they weren't reading anything from the Watercross machines. They were
But
just
what
picking
about-
up the ambient earth.
And what about those that were closer?
Those that were closer were a little louder at 65 to 75 decibels, sometimes creeping up into the 70s, as you can see in the report, but certainly nowhere near outrageous levels or anything like that. And I would like to get a way to, for the board to hear that video. I thought that it would play the sound when I shared my screen, which is a technical oversight on my part. So I can work with Joe after this to make sure that the board has access to that video and can review it.
May I comment for a moment?
Go ahead, Joanna.
I'm receiving a lot of messages from people because only the host is receiving messages. We're not going to have communication between people on the chat forum portion.
Right. If they
But I
were here
wanted
in
to-
person, I would make them all be quiet. So that's exactly as it should be.
Yeah.
In other words, they couldn't be chatting in a in-person hearing.
Many of them are saying that they could hear the person talking during the recording. So what you shared is what everybody's going to hear when they watch the link, if they choose to watch the link later, just so you know. It wasn't loud. It was just a little bit of chatter in the background and that's it. So, and I did get the link from Steve Reynolds, so I will get that posted later, okay?
Okay, so good. Some people could hear it. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Can I ask you, do you have more than one, do you have recordings of more than one location?
We have that recording from half a mile away. That was, pretty close as the crow flies. It's one of the closest lakefront properties to this property
to the
is
water.
out on Indian Run Road. And that's about as close as you can get to the lake as the crow flies from this property. And at that closest lakefront property, the decibel meters were not picking up any noise from the machines. They were picking up birds chirping and squirrels walking around in the woods.
So the people that were complaining at the last hearing about the noise were not complaining about birds chirping and squirrels walking around in the woods. So I'm wondering why the discrepancy, if there's nothing to hear, then why would people complain? Just not
That's a
logical.
great question that I can't answer. All I know is that when we were half a mile away as the crow flies, and we had 5 machines running out there on the afternoon of June 4th, 2021, and you listen to that video, you cannot hear maybe very faintly in the background, like if you really threw the volume up on your computer, you could hear it maybe very, very faint buzzing in the background, but it was not enough that the decibel meters were picking it up. It was 40 to 50 decibels when birds were chirping, and it was 70, 80-ish when Steve would start talking and narrating the video.
And so did you take any closer? Like there are people that live a lot closer than half a mile. I'm thinking specifically of the people in that little condo project right near it, because we've heard from them quite a bit.
I have a video link from Steve Reynolds that I think is what he is referring to. Would you like, or what you are referring to? Would you like?
Yeah,
to
go ahead, Steve, if you want to adjust this too.
Okay, is Steve going to play it then?
While we're waiting for Steve, is that in the information that was sent to us earlier that I need to go back and review because I didn't see it first time around?
Good evening, guys. My name is Steve Reynolds with Northeast Watercross. The link that Brett just tried playing is a link from 12 and 14 Indian Run Road in Nottingham. That was location number 2. I do have a recording from the condos if people would like that at a later date. But Brett basically summarized that in the decibel report. Just to inform everybody, and that Brett just played, like he said, when you turn on a decibel reader, the earth automatically the static noise levels in real placing down to 30 decibels. When you in that video, that's the link I just sent to the chat, and I don't know if Joanna could send that out there. In that video, what I'm basically saying is when I turn those on while the watercross is going. Can you guys hear me, or is it breaking up?
You were very drawn out and hard to understand, but you're better now.
Okay, did anybody not get what I was saying?
You're messed up again. It's like you're
All
not.
right, hang on 1 second, guys.
Would it make sense while he's figuring that out? Would it make sense for me to post the YouTube link in the chat here, and everyone can click it and watch it on their own machine, so you can hear the audio from your own computer instead of dealing with me sharing the screen?
We aren't opening up the chat to the public.
And also it would come through in this if people put it on their computer now. I'm afraid it would come through to the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
And I don't think we'd be able to have a meeting to continue speaking if that were.
Oh, that's not how it works.
Is it any better now?
No,
Sorry, I muted it.
Nobody can hear me. I'm gonna get on Tammy's laptop if this isn't working. Okay, can you guys hear me?
I can hear some, but not all.
You
Okay,
sounded,
well-
speak a little more, Steve. You haven't said enough at this new location.
Okay, anyways, what I was saying, in the video, when you turn on a decibel reader, the decibel reader automatically picks up static noise from the earth, which is 30 to 50 decibels. During this video, I turn on the decibel meter while the watercross is going on. And if you put your ear to the speaker, you can faintly hear the watercross going on. But in decibels, which is the measurement of sound and noise, nothing was picked up from the watercross. When I spoke into the video, that's when you see it go from 60 to 70%. So we can keep rehashing this, but long story short, chair lady, mentioned, well, there was complaints that there was noise. So why would people complain that there was noise if there wasn't any noise? So to touch on that, last meeting, board member Teresa stated that, I believe it was Teresa, that she was out on the pond on a kayaking around on her anniversary. And it was not the least bit of a nuisance. While at the
That is
same time,
absolutely correct.
okay, thank you, Teresa.
You're
So,
welcome.
So to ask the same exact question, chair lady, you have one of your board members stating that there is no nuisance. Yep,
The Pawtuckaway Lake is not as close as the people who live in those condos. I was asking for some kind of a contrast between the close-up hearing, because we did get a lot of reports. If I heard the video that I heard where I heard nothing, I wouldn't complain. And we had a lot of noise complaints.
yes, I'll get to that. But what I'm touching on is you did ask if there was a nuisance on the lake, then why would people on the lake complain? And what
I didn't say on the lake. I'm not concerned only about the lake. I'm concerned about the entire neighborhood.
I understand that.
Not all the neighbors live on the lake. Some of them do.
My question only is, you have one board member, Teresa, stating that there was no nuisance on the lake. You have Michael St. Laurent and a butter stating that there was a nuisance on the lake. And you have Peter White, who formerly was a board member at our last meeting, stating that there is a nuisance. So the whole thing behind this video was to basically put some factuality to who's telling the truth and who's not, essentially. I'm not going to point fingers or call people liars, but the proof is
Right,
in.
right. And let's not go there. We are assuming that you're telling the truth, and you obviously represent the applicant. You're not a third-party person doing this testing. So let's say that everybody is entering this with a good heart. I don't think those people made it up. I don't believe that. Teresa was on the lake. She didn't hear anything. She and her husband, I heard her say that. That doesn't mean she was out there the entire time the event was going on. I mean, I don't live near enough of it to have personally experienced whatever people are finding objectionable. But I'm saying to you, if you're the person measuring, measure fairly. Measure over here, measure over there. That's all I'm saying, chair lady.
Absolutely, chair lady. And that's basically all I was doing, was just showing the actual statistical levels of noise at the lake. Now, to answer your second question, like I said, yes, we did take a second recording at the condos, which was the nearest abutting property. I do have a recording of that. But in Attorney Brett's presentation, he summarized the actual levels of it, which is all you see in my recording is the actual decibel meters levels go up and down. And essentially he did the same exact thing in his presentation. But if anybody would like to visually see that for their own eyes, which I totally understand, I can make that available to others.
I think it would be useful to make that, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Raylene.
I think that having both of those sets of data would be useful.
I agree. And again, it's in the report that was presented, but from a noise standpoint, basically, I mean, what was gathered from this entire test, and I'd be happy to hire a third-party professional tester as well, but basically over 80%, or I'd actually even go further beyond that, 90% of the residents in Nottingham don't suffer from any imminent, uncontrolled, like intolerable nuisance. And that's basically what, I mean, if you read the report and dig into it, at the most extreme and at the least extreme, it's tolerable. And that's all on the noise. Thank you, guys.
That's your opinion, so
Right, I had one thing.
Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying at 212, the decibel level was 65 to 75. That was at the condos. Indian Run was 49 to 53. It says, I was just looking on the internet, it says normal conversation is 50 to 65 decibels. So I mean, you can see in that range, that's not as loud as, it's 120 decibels and cause hearing loss. But
Thank you.
and I personally think, you know, from the last time that some of the testimony was greatly exaggerated. So,
Well, my fear is that it's
my
exaggerated
opinion.
on both sides, and we'd like to have some kind of a middle of the road meeting. I would at least, to help make a decision about this application.
Madam Chair, question
Yes, Romeo.
to Brett or to Steve. I'm unfamiliar with this water crossing. Is this like a timed event where somebody is given a route to pass and they're timed from the start to when they finish? Or is it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or however many that race around a course and the first one to finish is the winner? And how many of those would be during a typical event, and how long does each last?
Steve, do you want to answer this?
Sure. In the north, like we stated in our report, 4 to 5 snowmobiles race at a time. And that's usually for 4 to 5 laps. To paint the picture, I'd probably say, how long do you think a heat is?
A minute and 30 seconds.
Roughly a minute and 30 seconds per heat. How many of those are in a day totally depend on the qualifying and how racers advance. So it's hard to say, but just so you know, Romeo, the designated time of operation for our events, I want to say was from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So far after, before people have, you know, been sleeping, and far before most people go to bed. So we've taken into serious consideration the majority of the Nottingham residents and being respectful of race times.
Because they're noisy.
No.
Let me say to
I
the
mean-
board members, especially Romeo, who was not here last week, and I want to ask the rest of the board. I received, I think it was an email sent through the town website of someone who lives in the condos right nearby, where she actually tape recorded the noise and sent it to us so that we would know what it sounded like. And whereas Mr. Woods, is that your name? I'm sorry. Sir, Steve, what's your last name?
Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds has showed us some decibel measuring devices where we could hear no sound whatsoever. This person taped one of the racing day heats and sent it to me for the members of the board. And I believe I sent it to Joanna. Did the members of the board receive that, Joanna? It was a woman
Yes,
who
they did.
one of those condos. So did you send that to Romeo in his packet when you sent him information about this case? Remember?
Probably not, because he wasn't a member of the board that long ago.
So it wasn't particularly quiet, you know, but there was no measuring device with it, so.
So
That's why I
just-
question, you know, it's nice to be able to have fair information presented to us.
I 1000% agree. And the issue here isn't that my video did not have audio. The issue was when Attorney Brett tried to share his screen, there was a technical difficulty. So again, if I've provided the link to Joanna, and I mean, within seconds, I'm sure she could get that video out to every single board member. But we keep going back to the same exact thing, that the max, like board member Terry stated, the max decibels at the loudest abutting property spiked to 85. And just to add to this, we have about 4 immediate abutters here in this conversation.
We're aware of that. We're aware of that.
Okay, I'm just letting you know, but the video does not have audio. There was just a technical difficulty. So if you guys would like to take, I think the video is 1.5 minutes long. I think you can all click on it and watch it if that will really give you peace of mind as to exactly.
I think it would be fairest to listen to that and then the one that this other person sent us, because they're from 2 different perspectives, obviously. And yours is showing that it's not too noisy, and theirs is showing that it's pretty darn noisy.
Yeah, we can't speak to their video because it wasn't provided to us.
It's not a video, it's an audio, actually. It's just an audio.
Chair Lady, I have both videos on my phone. I mean, it's probably not going to sound the greatest, but if clicking on a link and watching it yourselves really quick is an issue, I can try to hold my phone up and play it. I just don't know how it's going to sound going from my phone to this computer microphone, but I'm willing to try anything to meet your needs.
Is that, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Raylene.
I'm not sure, Steve, can you clarify for me when you say both videos? You mean the one from the people who live closest as well as the one that's a half mile away? Is that what you mean by both of them?
I could play both right now through my
No,
phone.
but is that the definition of both of them? One is
They're both
right
hit.
next door at the condos, and the other one is a half mile away?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure what I was hearing.
Would that be helpful if we did that? We don't want to waste the board's time, but if you think that would be helpful, we can do it.
Well, do we have any tech people here? I mean, what's the relationship of the sound that we're going to hear to reality if we were out there with our own ears? Do you know what I'm saying? There's volumes and sound and.
That's what decibel is, Chair Lady. Decibel's the measurement of sound. So in these videos and in that report, what was reported was the maximum level of noise emitted from these events.
Right. I think somebody else has provided us with some other decibel information that conflicts with yours. And I don't know if that person took actual decibel readings or not. But it seems to me we had some letter from somebody, Joanna, maybe the first time around, from somebody who had some decibel reading information. I don't remember exactly what it was. And
I recall which one you're talking about from, it might have been submitted to the planning board and maybe again to the zoning board. Those did not contain any, site specific, I took these readings while the machines were on the pond type information. It was just more general, stuff that was pulled off the internet somewhere.
Chair Lady, the last meeting that we had, I never spoke. I let Attorney Brett present his case, but a couple times, and I've noted it in, if I decide to speak later on in this hearing, I've noted it a few times that there has been comment of other decibel recordings done. And both of those comments are absolutely false. There has been no official decibel testing of our Watercross racing until just recently when we had 5 racers come to the pond and officially took some testing. But I think we're going round and round with this. And I think what you're getting at, I think, I won't speak for anybody else, but I think what you're uneasy about is the credibility of these tests. And if for any reason that the decision of this be solely based on the factuality of my presentation, I will happily hire any sound professional that you guys choose to come out and provide the same exact results. Furthermore, if these were false in any way, or say those meters were off a couple decibels, say 10 or 15 decibels, add 15 decibels to what you just saw, and it's still tolerable. All this video shows is that Michael St. Lawrence and the other residents' testimony on Indian Run Road, as well as Peter White's testimony, that it was absolutely unbearable, is just false. So, I mean, that's basically where we're at. And I don't want to, again, this is going to be a long night and I don't want to waste people's times, but it sounds to me like you're not comfortable with what we've presented. And you feel that it's not factual. And
No,
again,
I'm not saying that, and please don't put words in my mouth. What I am saying is you are not an unobjective third party. Neither's the person who sent us the other audio. And we didn't hear your audio, but I think from what I hear, there's nothing to hear except some birds. And hers, you couldn't hear any birds if they were chirping. So there's a dichotomy there. The two do not equate. So how are we as a board? We're not here to call anybody a liar or say that anyone, but you have an axe to grind. The other person has an axe to grind. And you came up with two different levels of intolerable and intolerable sound.
lady, I'm going to make one more comment on the sound thing. Last board meeting, we had one board member, as in Teresa, state there was no nuisance, there was no extreme levels of noise on the actual pond. And I'm only just using the pond as reference because
May I caution you to tell you that yes, Teresa is a very valued member of this board, but she's one of five. She is only one of us, and she does, and we will take her testimony into account along with everybody else's.
yes, I understand that. But at this, as you're uneasy, we feel the same way, and that's why we did this testing. And I think, again, anything beyond beating a dead horse, we would need a third party to come in and vouch for both. But before I was interrupted, what I was saying is last board meeting, we had one board member state that there was no noise whatsoever on the water. We had another board member state there was noise on the water. So just like you asked, how does your video show that there's no noise and her video does? And I can answer that in a simple question. The video that you received was not from somebody on the water. The video that you received was from somebody extremely close to this location.
That's correct.
So that is two totally different videos. So you're comparing our video to her video, which is two different locations, where our first video with the no noise, while the first video had plenty of noise, you can absolutely hear it spiked to 85 decibels, where the second video was, the only purpose behind the video that I shared was to clarify the testimonies last board meeting from two board members and two residents that there is absolutely no nuisance and noise on the water. We're not saying it's not loud. It makes noise, absolutely. That video was just to delegate whether or not there was any nuisance on the water or not.
So let me
Madam Chair?
clarify by restating that our concern is not only people on the water, it's also the entire neighborhood.
Absolutely, and I agree with you 1,000%.
Okay. Maybe, go ahead.
This conversation is a little confusing, given the discussion that just transpired. Steve, is that correct, Reynolds?
Yes.
Did you collect data similar to the data that the chairperson is discussing that we received from residents in terms
Yes.
of location?
Yes, again, in front of you, you have my decibel report. I took 2 decibel readings.
Right, but at the same locations that Peter White described and that the person who sent the other data described. You stood in the same places.
No, what I'm saying is, and this will answer your question, so just hear me out.
Okay.
One location was from Indian Run Road. So just picture in your head, Indian Run Road, the location of Michael St. Laurent, roughly the location of Peter White. That one location was just to satisfy their testimonies. So that showed no readings whatsoever from the noise from Watercross. You could hear it, yes. I'm not saying you couldn't hear it, but it was not any louder than static noise from Earth. So that's my one location. My second location, it was not where the video you sent, it was closer. I took the absolute loudest possible recording that you can take. You can't get any closer to the pond unless you're on the property. That's what the second recording is, and that's in the report that Attorney Brett just described. So my 2 reports are the least extreme and the most extreme. And all that shows is that all noise emitted from the watercross is, not saying it's not loud, not saying it's not noisy, but it's not intolerable or harmful in any way, shape, or form. That's all.
Right. Right, I understand, but I think the terms intolerable and stuff are more subjective than the actual data that you presented. So like I say, I did not see that. I will look at it late. I will look at it again and compare it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And before we move on from the sound issue, I may have one technological fix that would allow everyone to hear that video. So I'm going to try this one more time, and then we will move on if it doesn't work.
I'm going to mute myself, Brett.
Okay.
This is Steve Reynolds with Northeast Watercross. We're at 12 and 14 Run Road.
Can everyone hear that now?
Simulations, 5 men.
Yes, it's done.
This is Steve Reynolds with Northeast Watercross. We're at 12 and 14 Indian Run Road, running a simulation 5-man snowmobile watercross heat. Talking right now raises the decibels higher than what's being recorded from the decibel meter right now. Sure.
Like it's the one time I do it, and if I'm standing in front of all those people, I want.
On a Zoom call, I have no idea how to use this. I'm trying to, because they're like trying to cancel a Watercross.
The yellow recorder is recording the same information. It does it fewer times per second. But if I hit that max button, it'll show me the highest it ever recorded. My voice is far surpassing the recordings I'm getting from the Watercross.
So while you could hear my voice in that video, the only way to really hear the actual snowmobiles is if you actually click on the link yourself, and you literally have to put your ear up to the speaker to hear it. So again, I'm not saying that you can't hear it at that location, but all that video is for to delegate the credibility behind all of the testimonies last week, because there was about 4 in that location from board members, multiple board members, as well as multiple tenants. Not tenants, sorry, residents.
All right, so I apologize for the technical difficulties, but I'm glad we finally got to a point where we could make everyone hear it. So
Yeah, that was legible, but I had one thing to add, Marty. You know, I work on Pawtuckaway from time to time, and you know, there's boats going by over there. It's very, very noisy. I mean, you guys should go over to Pawtuckaway sometime and record the motorboats going by. I mean, they are very loud. You know, I listen, I live only a couple miles from the racetrack, and I listen to it every week. And it's not that bad, you know, and that's every week.
all right, so I think unless the board has any other questions about sound, I only had a few comments to wrap up before we complete our presentation for tonight, at least our initial one. And that is that the board should have in our new materials that we submitted a number of emails and signatures from residents in town. There is at least 37 names on a petition of individuals who support this project, about 15 new emails that came into the ZBA in support of this project. We resubmitted 7 or 8 letters of support that were previously submitted to the planning board. I made sure that you folks had copies of those as well. And then Arthur Jenks also wrote a letter that was submitted to the board as well, which is pretty detailed And we've already gone on for quite some time, so I'm not going to read it word for word, but he is one of the closest abutters. He actually uses this property for access to his. He has a right of way over it. And essentially the gist of his letter, although you can read it for yourselves, is that, you know, he's fully in support of this. The noise isn't as bad as it's been exaggerated to be. And he really is completely on board with this, and that's from the immediate abutter who requires to use this property for access. And actually, that's a more recent letter. We can make sure that you folks get a copy of that as well. It's probably not already in your packet, so I apologize.
We received that in the email. I think.
Oh, okay, good, because it was just dated. It was just dated today, actually. So I'm glad you got it. In summary, this is 3 weekends a year, 2 to 4 on Fridays, 10 to 6 on Saturday and Sundays. No different than boat traffic, jet ski traffic, fireworks, motorcycles. At the last meeting, these were characterized by someone, I forget who it was, as the noise of summer, lake life noise, and this is really consistent with that. There is an inherent level of noise. No one's saying these are quiet events. You don't need me to tell you that at this point. And everyone has a right to object, but you know, I think it's been a little exaggerated. I think one person said at the last meeting that it sort of sounds like a bee buzzing every once in a while if you're not directly at the event. And you know, for these reasons, we would request that this board grant this variance. Again, we still have to go back to the planning board for site plan review. That's when a lot of the conversations are going to occur in terms of the details of the events, in terms of the aquifer and all the environmental protection stuff and traffic and all of that is going to go over. We're going to go over that with the planning board at great lengths. All we're asking this board to do is approve this use because we believe it is consistent with zoning and meets the 5 variance criteria. And if this board was going to grant the variance to allow the use for this event to occur 3 times a week, or 3 times a year, we would ask that the board condition its approval on a few things. One is that the events do not occur and will not occur on Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July weekend, or Labor Day weekend. We want to make sure that, you know, the higher volume weekends in the summer don't have these events happening at the same time. And that we would be happy with the board restricting use of these machines specifically to the 3 weekends per year, because at least theoretically, you know, just like we did when we tested them, we had 5 machines out there, but we're only asking for a use variance for the event. So there's really not a whole lot to stop, you know, these folks from just going out there and practicing, or it's the events that we need the approval for. But as in exchange for asking for this variance, we would be happy that if the board conditioned its approval on only using these machines during these events and not at any other times, to ensure that, you know, this isn't something that's happening. It's not happening day in and day out, and it hasn't. It's only been in the events or you know, the testing purposes and in connection with our application. But those are 2 conditions of approval we would ask the board to impose. We think it would be fair and reasonable. We believe we've met all 5 variance criteria, as I discussed at the last meeting and again today. And at that point, we're happy to answer any other questions or turn it over to the public.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I believe you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, take the floor, Romeo. I'm sorry. I didn't mute myself. I don't know how it happened.
Brett, do you have any videos of an event like this taking place in the past?
I believe I don't have any videos personally right now, but there are, if you go on their Facebook, the Northeast Watercross Facebook page or the YouTube page, I think there's some videos up there.
Northeast Motocross, what did you just call it?
Northeast Watercross.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? Okay.
I do, and I'm not sure,
Well-
Madam Chair.
Yes, Raylene. Take the,
What is I'm sure this information was sent earlier, but it's escaping me right now. What's the anticipated numbers of vehicles, lack of a better term, that will be engaged each day? Do we have that information? Is there a set number? Is there a maximum number? Is there a minimum number? What's the
are you talking about the snowmobile
The
machines
events,
or the
yes.
cars?
the snowmobiles that are making these noises? Is it like 5 a day? Is it 50 a day? Is it 100 a day? Do we have any?
Well, I think the number of heats a day, if there are 5 in a heat and you know how many heats there are a day, that'll tell you.
Can I talk? It depends on how many people sign up. They're not always, there might be 5, there
You
might be
haven't
50,
set
there
up-
might be 100.
You haven't set a maximum or a minimum.
What it comes down to is there's heats all day long from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other members of the board wish to inquire, ask questions? Otherwise, I'm going to open it up to the public for questions, comments, and concerns. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this event?
Mhm.
And let me just say that I know there are a lot of people who've signed petitions. This is not a campaign like a political event. So I would like you to speak to it. If you have something to add to the conversation that will help the board make its decision. I don't want to hear 25 people say, I love motocross sports and I'd love to have it happen. That's not the kind of information that's really helpful to us. We assume, we know there are a lot of people who enjoy it. We've definitely got that information from a variety of different people. So, ma'am, what's your name, please?
Kathy Morris,
Thank you, Kathy. And your address, please.
212 Raymond Road. I'm at the condos.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
I'd like to address a couple of things. I know they were talking about the possible pollution from the machines. And one gentleman stated that as far as he knew, oil floated. I'm someone who has worked on oil spills, and oil does not float. It does go to the bottom and it does collect there. And because it is a permeable surface, being a gravel pit and mostly sand, that can transfer to the aquifer as well as the river, which is a very close proximity. We have painted turtles that are in that river, which are actually a protected species. And we have many, many other animals and birds in the area that are also disturbed by the sound. And as far as the sound goes, the meeting that I was on when I spoke, and I had taken decibel readings up to 75 and even up to 85 at some times while they were full out racing. I was told that because I wasn't a professional, that my readings were not acceptable. And that was brought up that way. It is when they did their testing, and I must have at least a slight complaint here, because Mr. Reynolds came over to our property without asking if he could come onto our property to do this. I knew they were going to have the testing that day, but I didn't know when I went over to my bird feeders to see what was out there, that he was going to be standing 3 feet from my window, which was kind of disconcerting. If they'd asked, I'm sure we would have said, okay, but it was not done with any, permissions. I know people enjoy this, but when they were doing their testing, it sounded like they only had 3 machines out there. It wasn't like a full run when they were running the races. And I would like to invite all members of the board to please come over to 212 Raymond Road to witness it themselves if they allow these races to go on, because it really is more than a nuisance noise. And if you go to the OSHA website, you can look up what safe sound levels are. 75 decibels can cause hearing loss within 15 minutes. And it's more than just a nuisance noise. However, nuisance noise is also debilitating for many other reasons. And you can find that all in the OSHA or website. So that's something that I did look into. So I just have some concerns with things that have been said. I feel like we're being glossed over and not considered to have an opinion that has any value. And I know that we do. And I would just, as I said, I'd like to invite all members of the board to please come here if they approve these races so they can hear it for themselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone
Thank
have questions of this testifier? So you are saying the noise is a lot louder than what we heard at this hearing tonight?
Yes, especially in the
Close proximity.
the recorded.
Excuse me, Chair Lady, she just testified.
Excuse me, you do not have the floor, sir. You'll just have to wait your turn until she's finished. This is not a debate.
I have one question for everyone.
Yes, go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, you, in your testimony, did you say the decibel level that you tested was 75 to 85? Is that what you said?
That is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that 75 can cause hearing loss, according to
Correct.
OSHA.
Yes.
Does anyone else have questions of Ms. Morris?
Madam Chair,
Romeo?
I don't have a question, but oil floats on water. Crude oil may sink, but oil floats on water.
The oil that is coming off of these is oil that has been subjected to heavy stresses, and it changes the solubility of it or the flotation quality of it, but it does sink, even that type of oil. It's not just raw crude that gets into oil spills. Even vegetable oil is considered an oil spill. And I worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for well over 8 years and worked with the scientists involved and was actually trained in spills, so I could help with that, and I could even take care of any animals that were affected by it. And I was on one specific one that was down the Cape quite a few years ago. And heavy crude may sink faster, but this still does globulize. And when those globules get to a certain point, they also collect any, if there's any detritus in the water, that collects to it and that helps drag it down. It's not just a simple like vegetable oil and water that you can see in a cup. It doesn't, it does float on the top, but it also sinks. And one thing that they used to do years ago was use simple green on it to break it up off the top so it wasn't slick on the top, and that just goes right to the bottom. But it's still oil on the bottom and it still causes damage.
Madam Chair,
Teresa?
is it okay to ask if they have any plans for should there be an accident or a machine that sinks, and what their plan of attack is for this? If they've been doing these for a long time, I'm sure they must have a protocol that they follow.
I think that's a great question, but can we save it for after the public witnesses come forward? In our deliberations, we can ask more questions, Teresa. That's a great question. Any
Madam Chair,
questions of this witness? Does anyone have questions? of this?
yes, ma'am, I do.
And who are you?
AJ Bachhuber. I live at 116 Lakeview Drive.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to is that testimony that we just heard, are we to take that as some sort of an expert testimony, or is it, is she
Okay.
testifying as an expert or on oil in particular?
I think, I'm not going to allow this kind of questioning because really this is for the board members to ask witnesses questions. So she's.
Oh, I
clear-
thought you had opened it up to everyone to ask questions.
This
I'm
is not
sorry.
a
I did
debate. No, I'm
misunderstood.
sorry. But let me say, since you put that on the floor, that she very clearly stated that she worked for 8 years for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with their scientists and that she was trained to help with oil spills. So she has more expertise than probably the average person, but she did not identify herself as an expert. If that answers your question. Do any other board members have questions of Ms. Morris? If not, I'll ask for it. Now, please excuse my dog. I need to take a break. He probably has to go out.
I can tell you that I'm wearing headphones right now, and that dog barking is quite loud.
Advantages to Zoom and disadvantages to Zoom.
This is the disadvantage of Zoom. I have an old spoiled pair of dogs. One of them is old and it's the hour after his food for him to get a dog biscuit. You see, he can tell time. That should shut him up. Okay, go forward, everyone. Sorry about that. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to address the board on this matter?
Madam Chairman, I would like to.
Yes, Mary Colvard, state your name and your address, please.
Okay, Mary Colvard, 14 Indian Run. I guess, why would those of us on Indian Run be complaining about the noise level if all we heard during the event was birds chirping? I think that's kind of a silly thing to accuse us of. If we heard nothing, we would not complain. I would just like to point out a few things. Okay, maybe there were 3 to 5 machines tootling along on the pond, but were they accelerating? Because I think it's when you have 5 machines accelerating that the decibel rating increases. According to the government, machine that's just traveling placidly along on the water has a rating of about 90 decibels. And when it accelerates, it exceeds 115. That's according to the government. That's OSHA. Okay, and this is damaging. And also, when I was watching those 2 decibel meters, they didn't agree in terms of the readings that they were taking. So if they were accurate, they shouldn't have varied by as much as 10 to 15 to 20 decibels at any one time. So I question the accuracy of those readings. And I question if those machines were actually accelerating as they would be during an event. I think that makes a major difference. So I'm very concerned about the innuendo. I feel like that the other speaker said that some of this is being glossed over, that it's being presented in the best eye. But of course, you know, if you're trying to sell something, that's what you do. But I, as just a person living here, would not complain if the noise had not been excessive, if it had not gone on and on and on past 5 o'clock. And also, if the oil does enter the aquifer, Nottingham doesn't have a water purification system. We're all on wells. And so if that aquifer is contaminated in any way, everyone's well water will be impacted. And certainly this is a fun event and a lot of people enjoy it immensely, and that's fine. But why should it be at the expense of our water quality and our hearing and our wildlife?
Thank you. Do any board members have questions of Mary Colvard? Thank you very much.
May I speak again, Madam Chairperson?
Madam Chairperson, I would like to speak, and I believe that.
Are you in opposition?
Someone is allowed another comment.
We are
Other
speaking.
people are allowed to comment.
Are you speaking in opposition? Because that's what we're hearing now.
No, I'm speaking in support. My
And
apologies.
your turn will come next.
Thank you.
I also know that the town has recently voted had votes and approved certain conservation rules. And that the conservation rules include the Pawtuckaway River, which runs right alongside where this race is taking place. And the buffers that they're allowing for that are much broader than they were perhaps before. And this is in the conservation area. And that's, you know, from what they showed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, my name is Grace Lapointe, and I live at 212 Raymond Road. I live in the condos that we're talking about. So it's 212 Raymond Road in Nottingham. And I just wanted to speak and say that I agree with Kathy and with Mary. I actually lived here as the 3 events took place last year. And I've spoken at other meetings and just described how loud the noise was. And I will tell you that we weren't notified before this testing was done. But we did realize that something was going on, and we figured it was the testing. And I do have to tell you that I live with my daughter here, and the both of us were saying, this is a joke. We were here during the 3 events, and what we listened to on that day of testing wasn't even close to what was occurring during these events. So Mr. Reynolds offered to have, you know, an objective test done, have another company come out, but I don't know if another company would be subjected to the same things that are occurring during the event. Because as I said, we could clearly tell that it wasn't even close to the noise that we normally hear. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had one question for her.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ms.
Grace,
Lapointe.
yeah, you said you were there last year. Wasn't there only one event last year?
There were 3 events. And actually, Mr. Allen said that at the beginning of his speech today. It was said at the last zoning board meeting that there was only one event, but Mr. Allen did agree this time there were 3 events last year.
Anyone else have questions for Ms. Lapointe? Thank you very much, Ms. Lapointe. Does anyone else wish to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, Michael St. Laurent, 12 Indian Run. May I speak?
You may.
I wanted to talk about the pollution just a little bit more, just to bring a few items to the awareness of the board. The first is that 2 major boat manufacturers, Yamaha and Mercury, no longer make 2-cycle engines because they pollute too much. So the second point I want to make is that the pollution on the lake is not apples and oranges. The reason I say this is because the lake is 200 times bigger than the small pond that they're on. So if you wanted to say this was relative, and when I went and walked the property with Steve and all the other people who were very gracious, by the way, they mentioned that maybe 100 machines might possibly be on the property at that time. So if you multiply 100 machines times the same amount of water base of 200 times bigger, that would be equivalent of 20,000 boats on Lake Pawtuckaway polluting the water. So it's really not apples and oranges. You may see 10 or 20 or 50 boats maybe on Pawtuckaway. Some are 4-cycle, some are electric, some are 2-cycle. But what we're talking about is a very condensed area, and that's why I'm very concerned. The second thing to understand is that when these engines start, they don't start on the water, they start on the land. They sit there and they rev their engines, if I looked at the video correctly. And so all of that gas and oil that's coming out goes directly onto the sand and onto the gravel, which is very porous. So I wanted to bring up those 2 points right now. And I really would also like to bring up a final point about the noise readings. As I saw the video from Steve, it occurred to me that they were standing way at the back of my driveway where there are a lot of trees and things that block the noise. Where we are is right on the water. And as you know, sound travels over the water. So I don't think it was really an accurate reading of being able to hear the number of machines that were being run. And I also contest, my wife heard it. She was there that day. She heard the machines start up. She heard them run for a while. She heard them finish. It didn't seem as loud to her as well to say during the certain event. Finally, I think that everybody has to understand that hearing is totally subjective. What's a nuisance to one person is not a problem whatsoever. And one of the problems with the readings is first that the readings were done over a very short period of time. So if you have an 8-hour period of time, the problem is that you might have a period where the wind is going from west to east and it blows all the sound. And so the noise is not as bad when that is happening. When the wind is blowing from east to west, it blows all that noise right over and it's substantially louder. So people that might have experienced not very much noise, it might have been a point where you had the air was simply blowing from west to east. So the noise travels differently during the day. You could have 3 or 4 hours of very annoying noise. You can have 4 hours of not so annoying noise, or you could have all day. A second impact is cloud cover. We all know you can sit at Lake Pawtuckaway and we can actually hear sometime the highway 3 miles away. If the wind is exactly right in the cloud cover, sound bounces off the clouds and comes back down. So there's a real problem here in figuring out this noise issue. And I know it's a really big noise issue. And I just urge the board to take this very carefully and understand that it's completely subjective. We understand that. And that it is disturbing to many of us and not all of us. And I totally agree. This is a good discussion on noise. Some people it bothers a lot. Some people it bothers a little. The issue is, does it bother enough people? And whether this is an issue with the zoning ordinance. And I thank everybody in the board for their time. I know this is a difficult and time-consuming meeting. Thank you.
Do any board members have questions for Mr. Lapointe? Mr. St. Lawrence? Excuse me.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Yeah. Mr. St. Lawrence, you said that, you know, 100 machines, it could be the equivalent of 20,000 boats on Pawtuckaway. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Yeah. So now, they only run boats on Pawtuckaway 3 days a year, or all year round?
Well, not all year round, but I'm sure the 3 or 4 months, you know. But that'd be 20,000 boats in one weekend, so it'd be 60,000 boats. My point is it's condensed.
That boats, you know, and your water runs out of the lake, right? I mean, this is self-contained. Doesn't your water run into the Pawtuckaway River, and doesn't it go down by other dams? Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And also we do constant water testing to make sure that the water quality is good. But my concern also is that these machines are also on the sand when they start, when they're warming up. So that's a different issue than being on the water, where the gas and oil may float. I think that's the subject for a dispute. But I guess the question is this a risk to the environment? And I don't think there's anyone here that can really give a definitive answer on that. We don't have any expert on that, but I'd rather be safer than sorry than polluting people's wells.
Does anyone else have questions of Mr. St. Laurent? Are there other members of the public who wish to address this issue in opposition?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, are you Jean Hunter?
No, I am using Jean Hunter's computer. My name is Kristen Stearns. I live at 220 Raymond Road and am a direct butter for quite a distance along the back edge of their property. I purchased the home St. Patrick's Day of last year and witnessed all 3 events. I'm not sure where the other people got that they were not notified of the events. I received registered letters. I received a personal visit with an offer of tickets, come see what it's all about. We do know that there's some noise involved.
If I can interrupt you, I think they were talking about not being notified about the noise on the day they did the testing, which is not the same as when the 3 events were last year. Am I making sense? I think.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, Chairwoman. I think there's been a lot of blurriness going on. I've gone through several other of this type of zoning issues. I lived in the Lakes region for a number of years. Motorcycle weekends, you've got, lots of noise going up and down Route 11, all around the lake. Own properties in the White Mountains on a lake with several aquifers involved. My opinion is everybody that's been involved with this has done their due diligence. I've had my property surveyed. Hey, free survey, I was concerned about, are people going to come across the berm and use my 6+ acres for whatever reason? It was never an issue. There is noise involved with this activity. However, it is 2.5 days. I have advance notice. I can choose to come and enjoy the event with these people, which, by the way, there were some questions about how the event was run. I will say that I came and sat at the event. Snowmobiles take off from the shore. They go out on the water. As soon as one of them goes under the water, there are 2 barges out, and within 30 seconds, they are being hooked out of the water, hauled off to the side. They are self-contained, so there's very little fluid leakage. Oil, race fuel. I have experience with motorcycle racing. Various race fuels are formulated differently than a regular boat fuel. I firmly believe that this event and this type of event, if it is welcomed, could be advantageous for the town in the terms of advertising. We've got a great state property. People can camp, they can come and enjoy this event. It's not on a prime holiday weekend, so those of the individuals that want to share in this area can do so in a quiet manner on a holiday weekend. And if you're not into it, then there's plenty of other places to enjoy. As I said, I don't feel my property value has decreased by this event. And it's, to the best of my understanding, this whole meeting is to whether or not there is a noise ordinance. I just feel that with everything that I've seen and heard tonight and over the past year, that this is an event that should probably continue. Would I ask for more events? Probably not, but I think this is a very reasonable balance. The police are here patrolling. I didn't see an increase on Route 156, and the noise isn't more than some of the motorcycles that have been revving up past my house at 2 a.m. So I respectfully request that everybody, take everything into consideration. As I said, I am a direct abutter with quite a long property line abutting this property, and it's have part of the Pawtuckaway River flowing through my backyard. The biggest impact that we've had this year has been a beaver that's damming it up. It's not the racing. So with that said, I will pass the floor over.
Okay, so I had not opened it up to people who are speaking in favor, but I let you continue, and I will ask any members of the board if they have questions of this witness. Anybody have a question? If not, are there persons out there still who wish to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, Michael Senator, may I speak again? 12 Indian Run.
You may.
I'd like to address, I know we've been talking a lot about noise, but may I go on a little bit about the unnecessary hardship condition of this, the criteria?
You may.
In order for this to pass, the applicant has to sort of show some unnecessary hardship. And I have a feeling that I just can't see any hardship, period. As everyone on the board already knows, there's a very nice home on the property. There's a thriving gravel business, and there's even an extra apartment over the garage. They bring up the fact that they have a pond on the property. Well, I believe that pond has a real high intrinsic value. And it's valuable as it is without having to make money. Pond was there when they bought it, which they already admitted, so they didn't have to use resources to make it. The application also states that this is a commercial use request. So a commercial event doesn't qualify to be a home business, which you could have in this area, but this commercial event is not incidental to their gravel business. That type of business cannot be expanded anyway. There's only one choice left, and that's a new usage. There's no other option that I can see. So this is a new use on a non-conforming lot in the aquifer zone. This is a nice to have second commercial usage, which I don't blame them. They want to make more money on property. However, in the zoning, there's no new usage allowed on any non-conforming lot. There's no new usage allowed on any non-conforming business that's grandfathered in, and there's no new usage allowed on any non-conforming lots in the aquifer zone. In 3 different areas of the zoning, there's no new usage. And the non-conforming rules basically say A, cannot be expanded, enlarged, extended, or moved to another portion of the lot, or B, changed to another non-conforming use. Finally, I'd like to say that this property is not that unique. The special conditions are is that they have a pond. There are lots of other properties with ponds. The area they use is close to the road, 12 to 14 acres, not the 80 they bring up. And watercross events are held in other areas. So this is a new use request prohibited by multiple places in the zoning, and a request that fails the unnecessary hardship test. And that's how I look at it, and I encourage the board to discuss this thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? There being no one, I will now open the floor up to people who wish to speak in favor, and please, no repetitive testimony. I think the opposing people have all stated separate issues and concerns, and I'm going to ask the same of those in favor.
Yeah, I'd like to speak. This is Cameron Terry, 12 Dwight Road.
You may speak, Mr. Terry.
So I heard some statements I didn't quite agree with. Someone mentioned that they read online that OSHA 70 to 75 decibels causes hearing loss. I work for the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, Kittery, Maine. I'm a machinist foreman, so we deal with loud noises all day. I'm not saying I'm an expert or nothing, but I have to pay attention to when noise levels reach over 85 decibels. And that's for single hearing protection, not double hearing protection. Also, I just heard somebody mention that gas and oil coming out of the sleds before they reach the water goes directly into the sand. No gas or oil comes out of the exhaust pipes when you start snowmobiles. I race. I've raced for years and years. But also, if you're going to think like that, you got to remember where gas and oil comes out of on a boat. Boats are muffled and quiet because coming out of your propeller directly into the water is the gas and the oil. So if you're going to say it's going to pollute the sand on shore, then you got to remember these boats are polluting the water also that are over on Pawtuckaway. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions of Mr. Terry? Are there other persons who wish to speak? If so, please speak up.
I would like to speak. AJ Bachhuber, 116 Lakeview Drive.
Excuse me, I didn't hear your name and I don't see you.
AJ.
Yeah.
Bachhuber, BACHHUBER, 116 Lakeview Drive.
Thank you very much.
Couple of notes here. You mentioned that you didn't want repetitive comments in support, but it's hard to not be able to see that we've had nothing but repetitive comments in opposition. I would just, I two have just done some quick research. I think just very similar to what Mr. Bonzer had done, looking up common relative noise levels. Mr. Bonzer mentioned a 65 decibel would be a common a conversational level. I too am looking at internet sources for this claim for OSHA at 85 decibels, 15 minutes causes hearing loss, and I just can't find that fact anywhere here. When I look at 85 decibels, and this is per NIOSH REL levels, 85 decibels, the time to reach 100% noise dose is 8 hours. I've worked in, similar to one previous a gentleman who spoke about working in machine shops. I've worked in industrial automation for 25 years, machine shops, and you're talking about an occupational level of exposure to noise. And even if we take the highest levels that even anyone could notice, whether they're agreed upon or not, if we say 75 to 85 decibels, you're talking about again 8 hours before we talk about any sort of an issue. I would suggest that the board look into that a little bit further, have a better understanding of really what these decibels levels are. Madam Chairwoman, you mentioned that tolerable and intolerable, I think someone else brought it up as well, is definitely subjective, clearly. But harmful noise, which is what has been alleged here, is not subjective. That is backed by years and years of science. And certainly the occupational noise exposures that people are talking about here just don't exist for that period of time. These races go on for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and then they're done. And then there's a period of rest. There's different events. Maybe they do a drag race that's straight across. So you're talking about a race that's mere seconds long. Certainly 3 or 4 or 5 laps that they're doing, it may be the longest, 2 or 2.5 minute exposure, with then a time between heats where there would be no noise, very low levels of noise. Somebody else mentioned acceleration. Were these machines under acceleration? From experience, snowmobiles don't float, and the only way that they can go on the water is to be at full throttle. There's just that's how it operates. And so if you had 5 machines on the water at any given time, I can assure you that whether it's 5 racing or it's 5 just staying on the water trying to stay afloat, there's going to be a relatively common level of acceleration there. Mr. St. Laurent mentioned that 2-stroke engines. He brought up Yamaha and Mercury. I have to just point that out directly. 2-stroke engines are in fact still manufactured by all the major manufacturers. Furthermore, I have a 80s vintage 3-cylinder 2-stroke unit, and I think some of the folks have mentioned here that the gas and oil and the exhaust does go directly into Pawtuckaway, and that's how it works. Unfortunately, with the 2-stroke machines, you can in the water, you can sometimes see a little spit of a little oil blob coming out of it. My experience is always that they've floated on top of the water and then dissipate rather quickly. I would encourage us to share this area that we have, this beautiful area with the 5,500 acre state park, the 800 acre lake, and certainly not far off is this property we're discussing. This is just a beautiful area. I don't think 3 times a year is too much to ask for us to reach out to folks outside the community and invite them to our area. We live where people recreate. That's why this is a beautiful place to be. People want to come to here, and we should open ourselves to that and allow them to come in and share this with us. I don't think I think it's a little short-sighted and frankly a little sort of selfish, I think, to try to keep this all to ourselves when it is such a beautiful area to handle, to share. And then lastly, I think that considering this as a new usage by any definition, I think is an extremely narrow reading of the legislation. And I think that really is just, everybody's kind of just grasping at straws here to just say, hey, you know, this annoys me and I don't like being annoyed and I don't want this to happen. I think that I would encourage the board to you know, if some further study is necessary for the actual sound levels, you know, let's go do that. But I would say let's stop holding this up and let's allow Mrs. DeFrancesco to enjoy her property and some out-of-town visitors as well. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions of Mr. Bachhuber? Did I say your name right? Hubner?
That's better than I hear usually, so nicely done. Thank you.
Anyone have questions? Okay, is there someone else who wishes to speak? Is this?
Hello?
Yes. Mr. Weldy or Miss
Hello?
Weldy?
Lee Weldy, 110 Nottingham Road, Raymond, New Hampshire. I'm going to ask you a question I know the answer to already. Does the town of Nottingham have a noise ordinance? Does the town of Epping have a noise ordinance? Does the town of Lee have a noise ordinance? Does the town of Raymond have a noise ordinance? The answer to that question is no. No, none of us have a noise ordinance. So the noise should not even be a debatable issue. I went to New England Dragway this weekend. I had a decibel meter. I sat there and watched the drag cars pump fuel out their exhaust, the nitromethane cars. They say they consume 1 gallon, or actually expel 1 gallon per 6 seconds of running time at the start finish line. They just blow it out in the air. So they topped out at 128 decibels. No complaints. I can hear it from my house. The day Steve ran the test, I came home. I ran a decibel meter on my front steps. I'm above the tree line, so I have no buffer for any noise. So anything that comes from the pond comes directly to my house. My 800 feet as directly from the edge of the pond where they make the turn to my front steps. They topped out at 58 decibels. That's not annoying. My AC makes more noise than that. So as far as the noise concern, that wouldn't be it. The oil and the water issue, most of these sleds, Steve and most of the races can attest to, they're a sealed system. They come out of the water. They don't even have to worry about the water going into it. You worry about water going into your car's fuel tank, they're sealed. They're not made to expel the water. They have the systems are sealed so you don't get the fuel out. You talked about the water. Someone mentioned about the exhaust. It's an emissions. It's no different than a tractor trailer, a car going down the road, the exhaust from the boats going into the lake. So again, not a pollution issue. They're over 75 feet from the river. Do I want to go into water and septic systems? How far is your well from your septic system? 75 feet. Okay, you have a well that's 75 feet from your septic system that drains into the ground. So yeah, so it's I think you're looking at or having people bring up issues that really aren't relevant to what's going on this pond.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Weldy? Next speaker, does anyone else wish to speak in support?
Yes, my name's Jennifer Gonzalez Menard, and I live at 166 Raymond Road. As far as the hardship goes, I believe Mr. St. Laurent stated there's no hardship. This sport is a dying sport. So I would like to have that brought up as far as out of all the abutters that are next to the Watercross, how many do we know how many are against it of all the abutters? Do we have that questioned? I believe there's only 2 that are against it out of let me see my research, 7 direct butters.
It doesn't work that way.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay,
It's
I'm
not a
asking.
popularity contest. We do have to look at the zoning ordinance. We do have to look at things like hardship. We do have to look at things like health and safety of the general public and people.
So
including
it's a mass public, it's for, I'm trying to understand your decision. What is it made on?
Well, it's made on listening to everybody who brings us information that is helpful to our process. And then we are a board of 5 members. We are each, I know, very conscientious, listening to each person testifying, asking the questions that we need to ask, and then we will discuss it as a board afterwards. And we will decide whether we need further information from other experts, as a couple of people have recommended. That might be the way we go initially. I can't tell you. I'm just simply the chairman, so.
All right. Also, on the day of the testing for the noise I was on my way home from work and I pulled in and I was there during the testing. And they had 5 sleds going. I was on the shore. I watched all 5 going around, and they went around, like 5 or 6 times during this testing to make sure that they brought up the noise to show the level of what was going on during a race. So I was there during that testing, and that's what I saw.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions? Is your name Ms. Menard Gonzalez or Gonzalez Menard? Did I get that?
They can call me Miss Menard. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Menard, you
Yes.
said you were there for the testing. Were you wearing
Yes.
hearing protection or were you not?
I was not wearing ear protection.
And you were right close to where they were testing, where they were
Absolute-
running?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were near the pond while they were racing, as you would be
Yes,
as a.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, everybody, the old cat.
I have a follow-up question for this person.
Miss Menard, you mean?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Kevin,
Did you feel that you needed ear protection during that testing event?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
any further questions? Kevin is a member of the board. He's our alternate. That is why I allowed him to question you. So
That's fine. I have no problem
He
with
can
that.
participate in the discussion. Well, I'm just telling everybody so that you know the rules. I didn't let one gentleman from the public ask questions. He's not exactly from the public. He's not seated tonight, but he's a member of our board. Did you have a question, Terry? Somehow you got in the front.
Nope.
Does anyone else have further questions of Ms. Menard? If not, is there another person who wishes to speak?
Madam Chairwoman, I would like to speak.
Go ahead, Ms. Jackson.
Yes, we're on 129 Highland Ave, probably less than a mile from the race site.
Mhm.
We would like to speak in support of these 3 events. I've lived here for nearly 30 years. My husband has been here for more than 50 years. And I would respectfully point out to the members of the board that there is, as previously stated, no noise ordinance here. And respectfully to the people who are objecting to the noise, I would suggest that they try to have some sort of a law passed in town that would respect their wishes. I have put up with fireworks between 2 and 4 a.m. on an annual basis. We live on a lake. We understand it's a recreational area, and we basically deal with it. People come here, as someone else previously stated, to enjoy themselves. I have been to this event. It is safe. It is a family event. There are precious few of those left. There are no issues. There are no traffic backups. There are plenty of EMTs, and I'm sure the Nottingham Police Department would back us up on this, that this was probably the least of their worries last year. I don't disrespect the people who don't like the noise, but I respectfully would say that we all have to deal with a certain amount of inconvenience in our lives. Ms. DeFrancesco has done her level best to deal with objections, to deal with concerns. And for those who are concerned with the environment, I would point you back to New Hampshire Fish and Game, who have endorsed this from the beginning. They have done their due diligence. I don't think it's within our power to second guess the people that are appointed to protect us regarding the environment. I don't know anything about how these machines are built. I do understand, however, that they will not leak when they go down. I have seen them retrieved within minutes, as someone else already stated. On a personal level, I've worked in occupational health since 1984. There is no such thing as long-standing hearing loss after a 5-minute exposure. I am not an expert, I willingly state that. But if someone wants to tell me that they sustained long-standing hearing damage from a 5-minute exposure, I would willingly find an expert to speak to the board to counter that. So I thank you for your time. I apologize for interrupting earlier. I clearly missed the memo on who was being heard at that point in time. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have questions of Ms. Jackson? Does anyone else wish to speak in support of this application?
Hey, Bonnie,
Teresa.
Madam Chair, are you going to read the comment from William Weldy that asked in the letter he wrote to the board asking that it be read at public comment time?
I am not, unless I have the comments from the people that wrote in the position. I mean, we could be reading things all day. I have a stack of letters like you've never seen. I don't think we have time to, if you want to read them all.
No,
it would be fair, but reading one over all of them is not really fair. Why isn't he present?
Okay.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Excuse me. So let me just ask then, Bonnie, if anybody is not going to be able to come to these, including a board member, and they ask to have their comments read, you're going to say no?
No, I'm telling you, can you see these papers in my hand? These are all letters that I could be reading into the record.
He's the only one I know of that's asked to have it read at public comment time. I have the same stack.
It's not fair to read one and not the rest of them. They all sent them here for the same reason that he did. And I think.
Okay, you're the chair. I get it.
Sorry. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'm going to ask the board to go into deliberations. We have a request in front of us to grant a variance for a Watercross event, which has people firmly for and firmly against. We've heard from both sides tonight. It has not been stated tonight, but I want to remind everybody present that the reason that we're being asked is not because of a noise ordinance, it's not because of anything else, it's because they are requesting a use in a residential zone that is not currently in effect. They do have a grandfathered gravel pit, but this use has really nothing to do with the gravel pit. It's not incidental to the gravel pit. So it is therefore a separate non-conforming use in a residential area, which we as a board generally will take rather seriously, especially when there are issues of noise that is, I'm not stating that it's going to damage anyone's hearing, but it does make it difficult for people sometimes to carry on their lives, and many people find it obnoxious, other people find it lovely. Maybe I would like to hear from all members of the board regarding your comments, whether you think we should seek more information about the possibility of polluting the aquifer would impact people's wells, and whether or not you think we should seek information about the noise level and whether that is a reasonable.
Madam Chair, I just had one request as a point of order. Would you be agreeable to the applicant having 2 or 3 minutes to just rebut any of the public comment before public comments are closed? I just wanted to touch on the hardship aspect.
Yes, you may.
Particular since board member Romeo wasn't here at the last meeting when I went over it in more detail.
Right, hardship is, okay, so this is for the general public to know, anyone requesting a variance from the zoning board must convince the board of 5 criteria that they meet, these 5 criteria. And the most difficult one generally is hardship. So that's what Mr. Allard's going to go over. He went over his 5 criteria at the last meeting. Those of you who weren't here didn't hear it. Those of you who are new on the board didn't hear it. So he's asking to go over that again. And he certainly has my permission to go over that again and speak in rebuttal to anything you feel is necessary, sir.
Thank you. And it's really just the hardship that I wanted to go over. So we understand that our proposed use, there was talk about, well, is this a new use? Is it not? Is it allowed? Is it not? We understand that what we're asking for is not strictly permitted under the terms of the zoning ordinance. That's why we're requesting a variance. That's what the variance mechanism is for, to alleviate owners from regulations that are unfairly applied to their property due to the special and unique characteristics of their property. And so our unnecessary hardship argument is pretty straightforward. And I think there's some serious merit to it. I know you said that it doesn't have anything to do with the gravel pit, but it does have a little bit to do with the gravel pit in our opinion, because the first portion of the criteria that the board looks at in determining whether there is a hardship is whether the property has special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area. And this property is extremely distinguishable from other properties in the area. It's an active gravel pit which contains a man-made pond. And as far as we know, there is no other property in the area that has that very unique feature. And you need uniqueness to get hardship, and that is a very unique feature, and it's a necessary feature because without that characteristic, you can't have these events at all. This property is much larger than other properties in the area, and I'll go over my comparison that I did at the last meeting very quickly. So the applicant's property totals 88.15 acres if you take both lots 8 and 10 combined. And the abutting properties are only 1.74 acres, that's lot 7-1. 6.81 acres, lot 7-2, 4.64 acres, lot 7-3, 5 acres for lot 11, 41 acres for lot 4, 5.02 acres for lot 4-1, 41 acres for lot 4, 34 acres for lot 2, and 10 acres for lot 6. So the applicant's property is twice as large as even the largest abutting property. So based on its size, based on the gravel pit, based on the man-made pond, this property has special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area in the context of whether or not it satisfies the hardship criteria for a variance. So the second part of the analysis is, owing to these special conditions that I've just discussed, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the purpose of the zoning ordinance's prohibition against watercross events and their application here. Again, unlike other properties in the area, this property is large enough to be able to support these events. Unlike other properties in the area, this property has a gravel pit with a man-made pond that's particularly conducive to facilitating these events and necessary for facilitating these events. And the active gravel pit is a pre-existing grandfathered commercial-like use, which the type of use we're asking for now is not entirely inconsistent. They're both commercial-like uses of the property. We've gone over the noise. There's an inherent level of noise associated with these events, but at the end of the day, this gravel pit has been here making a tremendous amount of noise since the 1970s. And you've heard from our appraiser, the letter I read tonight, that the external obsolescence in regard to the Watercross, if any, is not as much as the existing external obsolescence of the gravel operation. This event simply would not be possible in other properties. That's really the heart of the hardship here, is that this property is so unique that it really can only be proposed on this property in this area. And because of the nature of the property, it is suitable for it. It is able to accommodate it. It is able to support it in all aspects. It's a creative and adaptive use of the property's resources to bring something fun and unique to the town of Nottingham. It's a reasonable use. It's a good use. And for that reason, we believe that the hardship criteria is satisfied. We ask the board to grant this variance for it. Again, we have to go back to the planning board for site plan, and where we can get into much more into the weeds on the actual details of the events. But that we believe the hardship criteria is satisfied. We believe all other 4 criteria are satisfied. We thank the board for its time and its patience and listening to everyone and everything. And we ask you to grant these variances with 2 conditions of approval that I discussed earlier. One being the events should not occur on Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July weekend, or Labor Day weekend, because we want to keep them off the major holidays. And 2, any use of these machines could be restricted to only during the 3 weekends a year when these events are running, not have the machines out there on other times of the day or the year. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Teresa.
No, this is Joanna.
I was writing over here. You sound a little bit like your mom.
Yeah. I wanted to let you know that a comment just came through to me that this person tried to speak several times and couldn't get through. Can I read her comment?
You may.
Okay. Hello, my name is Angela Valancourt. I'm sorry if I butchered your name.
No, you said
I tried speaking at time for approving this event. I live on 73 Stevens Hill Road in Nottingham. I drive by this location every day to leave and come home. During these events last year, driving by, there was no traffic and had windows down and couldn't hear anything from the road. I will say my family is excited to have this in town close to home to go through and spend time with our children and spend time with family, watching people enjoy doing a fun sport. Okay.
Okay. I will now declare the public hearing part closed. Please close the public comment and turn it over to the board for discussion, deliberation, questions. You may ask questions of the applicant during this process. We have an application in front of us to grant a variance for a Watercross event 9 days a year on 3 different weekends.
Madam Chair, can they now cover the recovery of sleds that end up in the pond?
I don't understand your question, Teresa.
I asked her earlier if they could cover over their protocol for when a sled happens to go into the pond, and you told me it wasn't time to ask that.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Mr. Allard, can you speak to that? What is your protocol for recovering sunken snowmobiles from the pond? Is there one? I'm assuming there is one. And what is it?
That is an excellent question, and I would defer it to Steve Reynolds to answer, as he has much more knowledge on that aspect of the specific details on the events than I do.
Mr. Reynolds, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here, Chair Lady. So as stated previously, this sport goes back many, many years. I believe Epping Watercrosses are going on 40 years now. The sport has established a recovery system, which is basically, I could show a picture, but just picture a pontoon boat with a crane on the front of it. When a snowmobile sinks, if it sinks, the recovery boat immediately leaves the shore and races to the snowmobile to make sure, 1, the driver's okay, and 2, to get the snowmobile out as quick as possible. I just like to note real quick, it's been noted a couple times, these snowmobiles are designed to be sealed. If you were to ingest water into your car's motor, your car would be destroyed. So with that being said, these boats are designed to get these snowmobiles out of the water as quick as humanly possible. And these machines, again, are sealed. These drivers spend anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 building the machines, and any ingestion of water would just destroy the machine. With that, any discharge of fluids would do the same.
Can I ask you for a further clarification, Mr. Reynolds?
And the maximum time underwater, honestly, a worst case scenario, I'd say 3 minutes tops if they have trouble finding the snowmobile. On average, our boat driver's been actually driving recovery boats for nearly 20 years. And each snowmobile is equipped with a buoy that deploys if they sink. Obviously, a buoy floats. So when the snowmobile sinks, the buoy pops to the top of the water. By the time the buoy pops to the water, the boat driver is already at the snowmobile, pulling the snowmobile out of the water.
And can I ask you for clarification? You have stated, and one or two other persons also testified, that these machines have sealed fuel systems that are designed not to leak. What if they do leak? I mean, there's always that one accident that can happen. What if they do leak? Are you equipped to deal with oil and gas?
So each snowmobile, sorry about that. So each snowmobile, when they leave the line, they're only holding 1 gallon of gasoline. I wish I had a fuel tank in front of me. As Tammy stated, I have a snowmobile down in the garage. I could switch my video to on and take that out there and show you how the system works. For those that are mechanically inclined, your gas tank is somewhat a sealed system. If air or anything else could get into that system, then essentially there wouldn't just be gasoline in that system. So it would prevent your machine from running. So I can't, down to I won't state an exact amount or a liter or a gallon or whatsoever, but the level of fuel that if ever came out of a snowmobile isn't anywhere close to, I believe, what board member Terry said, or I believe resident Arthur said, of a 2-stroke outboard motor on Pawtuckaway Lake. If you go to a boat ramp, on any given weekend day, you see the boats back into the water, the 2-stroke boats back into the water. They fire up their motors. They smoke for a solid 3 minutes. There's oil rings everywhere. So on the topic of pollution, there is absolute. I mean, I've got some statistics I could share, but I mean, your question was on recovery processes. But
that's correct. That's my
concern.
concern.
That these machines spend in the
someone
water
else
is absolutely minimal, and what comes out of these machines isn't anywhere close to what comes out of a 2-stroke boat or even a 4-stroke boat on Pawtuckaway State Park.
Right. So I understand that, but my question was, are you equipped to deal with gas and oil if they were to be discharged into the pond? Because somebody stated last month, I believe, that it takes a really small amount of gas to pollute a lot of water.
I've answered that question, Chair Lady. What I'm saying is the amount, if any, that comes from this boat is far less than the normal amount that comes out of a 2-stroke boat. So your question is, do we have procedures in place to say there were a massive oil spill? We have paramedics, EMT, and we call the fire department if that were the case. But like I said, each snowmobile only contains 1 gallon of gasoline in a sealed system. So there is no way a massive oil spill or a fuel spill could ever happen. What I'm trying to say is the actual amount that comes out of this snowmobile, if it were to sink and if it were to leak, which is 2 totally separate things. These machines are designed not to leak. Otherwise, they would be destroyed instantly.
We understand.
So if they did leak, the amount that were to leak out would be far less than just your normal fuel seepage from an outboard motor. Again, I'd like to mention, it's been mentioned a couple times, this event has been approved by the New Hampshire Fish and Game and Wildlife Department, where we as taxpayers spend billions of dollars every single year on, and they protect the spotted turtles, as Kathy had mentioned. They protect the fish. They protect the bald eagles. This event has been approved by the New Hampshire Fish and Game and Wildlife to happen. Now, let me just ask you a question. If you felt in any way, shape, or form there is any imminent danger to wildlife or humans, do you think your New Hampshire Fish and Game or Wildlife Department would ever, in their right minds, approve these events?
Can I just say to you, if you're asking me the question, I grew up in the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife. My father worked for them, the Department of Interior. He hobnobbed with all the state people. I'm not sure that the issue that I'm asking you is of that much concern to them. My question is really, and please don't go off on a tangent. My question is about safeguarding people's drinking water. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about polluting the aquifer. I don't know enough about if a gallon of gas will do it, but somebody suggested it might. You know, people don't want gasoline in their water for obvious reasons. And I would like that question to be answered so that we feel like we can make a decision that is really safe for everybody.
Okay, I'd like to politely ask you to state your question the best you can, and I will answer it the best I can, and I'll leave it at that.
Try to listen to me. My question is, if there were to be, and I do understand these machines are engineered and designed with sealed fuel systems and fuel tanks, and the likelihood of this happening is not much, and that they don't carry much gas, and they probably don't have a lot of oil. The oil's in the gas, right? They're 2-cycle engines. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we're listening.
Yep.
So the oil is in with the gasoline, correct? I had a Saab once in 1960 something that you put the oil in the gas tank. Is that what a 2-cycle engine is?
Yes, ma'am. On some of the machines, it is pre-mixed, and on some of the machines, it is oil injected. On the more efficient machines, it's oil injected, which is, I would say, the majority of the machines racing on the water.
So my question is, if God forbid something should happen and one of these machines should have some kind of damage that cause these polluting substances to escape, are you equipped to pick them up, suck them up, whatever people do to get rid of them so that they don't go into the water supply?
To answer your question.
A yes or no question.
Yes, we are. The minimal amount that is leaked into the water would, yes, rise to the surface, and yes, we would absorb it with oil absorbent mats.
You have those mats on site?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was my question.
The only thing that I would add is that that's something that we would obviously have to discuss with the planning board on site plan review if this variance is granted. In terms of the pollution, the aquifer, all of that stuff is really planning stuff that we would go over with them. Thank you.
That is, those are questions that I would feel, I mean, this is an unusual request, you have to admit. I mean, it is asking for adding on to a non-conforming use, adding a non-conforming use in a residential area that's attracting a lot of people and a lot of traffic. And I don't want to make it sound horrible. I see the really good side of it, I do. But I would like to feel that somebody with expertise has assured us that people's water is going to be safe, because we do all live on wells in this state, in this town. We don't have any public water here that I know of.
Sure, and you heard from Steve about the mats. There's a police detail and a paramedic detail on site. If anyone, whether it was the event producer, the police, the paramedics, the firefighters, thought that there was a serious event, I think DES would probably be called right away as sort of an emergency cleanup if everyone in their judgment thought that that was necessary. I think what Steve is trying to say is, based on the way these machines are constructed, it just wouldn't ever be necessary. But everyone understands who is responsible for environmental protection in the state. And, like I said, there's police, there's paramedics there could be firefighters that were called, DES could be called. It would depend on the circumstance, but I don't think those circumstances will ever arise based on the nature of these machines. And I think that's what Steve was trying to say.
I know he was saying that, but he wasn't answering my question, my direct question, because I live near the water bottling plant, which was next to a brownfield site that could have drawn pollution into the aquifer. So it's a concern. If you go into water science at all, it's a legitimate concern. Whether you think it's the planning board's province and not our province, in this particular case, it would just be really helpful to know the answer to that, that the people's water supply is safe, without comparing it to what's going on in Pawtuckaway and so forth.
Sure, and I think between Steve's explanation of the mats and the police and fighters and paramedics and DES, I think we've answered the question, but let me know if you disagree.
Well, I don't know enough to disagree particularly. I mean, I'm glad you've at least thought of it. I will say that. And are you finished with your final remarks, Mr. Allard? Or did you still have something to add?
Nope, I just wanted to address the hardship and I'm all set.
Okay, so now I'm closing the public hearing again. I guess that wasn't a public part of the public hearing, and turning it over to the board for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Romeo.
I'm looking online and I'm reading from, it still runs, which is, it says that the density of water in liquid form at room temperature is about 980 kilograms per cubic meter. The density of gas is about 720 kilograms per cubic meter. So gas is lighter, less dense than water. Due to the different densities of water and gas, mixing cannot occur. As soon as you add water.
Is Romeo coming?
Am I not being heard?
We hear you.
No, we hear you.
All right. As soon as you add water to a tank of gasoline, all the water will settle to the bottom of the tank. The lighter gasoline will float on the top. You get the same effect as
I am having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I don't know what I can do to change that. This is the vagaries of the internet. But I'll read that again. As soon as you add water to a tank of gasoline, all the water will settle to the bottom of the tank. The lighter gasoline will float on top.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a really slow place, and I haven't understood much of what you said, Romeo. I'm sorry.
It's all on her
Technology.
because I can hear you
Not always
fine.
good.
Hearing perfect, absolutely crystal clear.
Same here.
Same here.
In essence, it said water and gas don't mix, and the gasoline will float to the surface. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Romeo. Joanna, can you text Bonnie and tell her that we can no longer hear her? The issues must be on her end.
She's logged off. She'll be back.
Perhaps we might call for a 5-minute recess while Bonnie attends to her internet connection. Anybody?
As the vice chair, I will approve that.
So it's 9:35. We'll reconvene at 9:40.
Sounds good.
I'm
Okay.
okay with that. Thank you.
Okay.
Joanna, can you please email Bonnie that, or text Bonnie that this is what we're doing?
Just did, definitely.
I'm back. Ooh, did I scare you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Bonnie. I just sent you a message to let you know, the board agreed on a 5-minute recess, reconvening at 9:40.
That was good. It took me 4 tries. I think my internet got bumped out.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, I'm going to step away for a moment.
Okay, me too. We'll be back at 9:40.
Correct.
Thank you.
Still in session? Hello?
Raylene, we're on a 5-minute break until 9:40
Oh, okay.
because
Oh,
we're
all
waiting
right.
for Bonnie.
Thanks. I lost connection for a while too.
So did Bonnie, which is why we took a break.
Okay, everybody can have another dog biscuit, okay? As long as you're quiet, you have to be quiet.
Nope, I'm good.
For the record, folks, unless you're speaking, you should have your selves muted. We can hear a lot of noise. And we have been through discussions throughout this thing, so please check to make sure you're muted unless you're speaking. Thank you.
It is 9:40 by my clock.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I never left.
Board members are all back. Applicant back. Okay. Let's reconvene. I'm sorry. I think my internet got knocked out there for a few minutes.
I thought maybe the dog, your cable.
My cables?
I said, I thought maybe your dog bit your cable or something.
No. We did have a lightning storm a little while ago, but that was at least. I don't know what happened.
I mean, Raylene disappeared for a little bit, so it might be on your road. Or something.
I don't think she's here, though. I think she's out of state
okay.
even.
Yes, yes.
Oh, well.
I am out of state, but I am back. I'm back online for tonight.
Okay, so we're at the place where the board is to deliberate, and Romeo was going over some information about gas and its weight and how it does indeed float. And are you saying because it floats, Romeo, that it's easy to scoop off the water?
No, what I was suggesting is that the gasoline and water don't mix. And as we all know, gasoline is highly evaporative. So if one of these sleds sunk in the water and released some gasoline, the gasoline would float to the surface and it would evaporate. I don't think there's a chance of polluting the water with the gasoline. I will stop and say that MTBE had been an additive in gasoline, and that was polluting water in the past from motorboats that 4 strokes cooled their exhaust system, cooled the engines, and the water went out the exhaust system. And 2 strokes, the exhaust and coolant water comes out by the propeller. The MTBE was polluting the water. We did get quite a bit of a settlement. I think somebody can quote me. It was like $200 million to the state of New Hampshire alone to abate the MTBE, but gasoline does not have that anymore. The oxygenator was replaced with alcohol.
Ah. So I know that a lot of the water up at Northwood by Susty's restaurant and at that crossroads by the library, a lot of those wells were polluted by MTBE, and there's not from boats because there's no water up there, but must be from.
I think the Shell station.
The Shell station. Yeah, it's right on the corner.
We've had the same issue here in Nottingham. We have a filter system in the farmhouse, so it's not an uncommon thing.
It's not good for you though. But it's not in the gasoline anymore.
That's why we have a filter system for the farmhouse that they test the water 3 or 4 times a year. So
because you're near the gas station, or because there was MTBE pollution from years past? Yes, like the soil's contaminated.
Yeah, it can. Well, the farmhouse is right across from Lyre's, so
Right.
it's from years past. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay, so.
But again, that's from a tank that's holding gas that's under the ground. It's not the same as a skidoo going across water or a boat on the lake. This was a gas tank in the ground. I think that's apples and oranges, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a substance that's in gasoline anymore, so. It's an old issue that's still around. There's still a lot of contaminated areas, I know. So does anyone have any particular thoughts on this request? Any arguments for or against? Any questions?
I'm going to make a suggestion,
I see none.
Madam Chair.
I think if we saying my internet's unstable again.
Yeah, Bonnie, because Romeo's making a comment.
I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Romeo would like to make a comment.
Okay, Romeo, do it.
In the interest of the noise
Question.
and overall, just to see what this is like, I don't know if it's possible with short notice, but perhaps Mr. Reynolds might arrange this Saturday or Sunday to have some of these sleds on the water, and members of the ZBA could attend and hear how much noise there is there and talk with some of the experts at the site. And that way we would have firsthand knowledge of this situation.
I would respectfully ask for it not to be this Saturday because Patrick's having hip surgery on Friday and I have to go get him on Saturday and bring him home from the hospital.
And
he won't
Sunday's
be
Father's
with
Day.
me.
Madam Chair,
Sunday's Father's Day, right. So maybe the following weekend?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Raylene?
I will also not be back in New Hampshire on Saturday, on this weekend. But if this event happens, that we do schedule another noise level issue, that we ensure that the situation is as close to the real thing, because several of the people who commented tonight said that the test session was not commensurate with what actually happens during, or what happened last year during the actual races. And I would like to just to make sure that whatever the test situation is, that it does replicate what happens at the actual event, and that it goes on for the same period of time.
Can I speak to that, Madam Chair? We have in our
may.
packet a document from Fish and Game that states that there would be these events at 99 Micro Terrace in Milton, and they have an event scheduled for June 25th to the 27th. So it's not this weekend, but the following weekend. Couldn't we go to that, or am I reading this wrong? Actually, no, it's scheduled for here. Can you guys talk to that at all? Were you guys scheduled for an event June 25th to the 27th?
Teresa, what do you mean by here? Sorry.
It states Northeast Watercross, CO Stevens, 99 Terrace, and then it says applied for a special permit authorizing the use of unregistered off-highway recreation vehicles. And then I'm sorry, it does go on to say at 214 Raymond Road. So they were hoping to have an event for the June 25th to the 27th. Obviously they didn't get approval for doing this yet, but
I think
guess
if everything had happened last month, that might have worked. They asked for
Can
continuance.
I ask a request during this whole thing?
Can you ask a what?
If you guys want to see the actual thing and not just 5 snowmobiles like we put on for the sound testing, if they would allow our special permit that we've already paid for, sent into the town and requested for the end of June race, why could we not put that race on? You guys could all come and attend it. You could see the full-blown picture of sound. You could.
We
the
can't
crowd.
authorize that without.
No,
you know,
I'm not
you have to
asking
go
for you. If you guys want to come see it, that's when they were planning on being here. So if we can ask Chris Strandell, if we can have the special permit for this one time, it's not creating an event, it's just doing it one time. It's no charge to whatever we normally do. So I think it's a good way for you guys to all see it and attend, unlike the sidewalk.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question about that? I'm a little confused. Is there already an approval? I mean, how does this fit in with the current request for variance.
I can't hear you, Tammy.
I'm sorry. What I was saying is that Fish and Game gave us our dates that we're allowed to be here and do what we wanted to do. We have already sent in about a month and a half or 2 months ago to the town, each special permit request, one being the very last weekend of June. So if what you guys are saying, if you want to see it before you want to make a vote on it, then if they would just allow us to do, whether we had snowmobiles here and you guys say that it wasn't the actual event, now you're going to hear the actual event to be able to see what actually goes on. So races will be here, the spectators will be here. It's not going to be like a simulation like we did, apparently that didn't satisfy everybody on June 4th. We're asking if we can just have the event on the 24th, 25th, 26th weekend, like we were planning to do, as just a one-time thing with a special permit, so you guys could all witness, see, ask questions, and then decide from there, both you and planning board.
I don't think we can authorize that. We don't have the power to do that. We
So
only
maybe-
have the power to act on the request for the variance. That's really, and we were looking for more information before we acted on it. So having the event would assume that we said yes, and the planning board and you worked out all the particulars that they might need to work out with you.
But what you're also saying is that the simulation, the race, and the one neighbor that rents the condo said that it wasn't the actual sound of a race. So how is anybody ever going to know what they're going to vote on if it's not the actual race? It needs to be the actual race for somebody to give their honest opinion, to give us a fair trial. I feel
I
like
think we could have some sound experts there, like that don't represent you and that don't represent.
perfect. Exactly. So
neighbors.
if we have the race.
So they're not with a race, but with their Geiger counters. So they're
Well,
a
somebody-
disinterested
people
third
were just
party
saying-
who has no horse in the race.
Perfect. But people were just saying that the 5 snowmobiles didn't satisfy them as what a race sounds like. So all I'm suggesting is that if they don't actually hear a race, they're never going to get the true sound of it.
Madam Chair,
Raylene?
sorry to be so dense about this, but when you talk about an actual race, how many vehicles are running in an actual race? They said 5. I assume that was because that was the normal number. And now you're saying that that may not be the case. What is a normal number of vehicles that run in a typical race? One race of the event, and then you multiply that times however many events you have in the day.
3 drags.
Yeah, so there's drags, there's heats, I can't answer that question until you witness it yourself. Like, it does depends. Like I told you before, 10 people might show up to race that day, or 50 people might race, or 100. So it depends on what they do, who's qualifying, if they're amateurs, if they're pros, if they're semi-pros, if they're doing drags, if they're doing ovals. And until you actually witness one, it's going to be hard for you to understand.
The only way we
No,
can,
to clarify the question, if I may, how many snowmobiles race at any one time
that's what I'm asking.
in a drag?
And a drag, 5.
How many in a round circle?
5.
5.
Most.
And are there any other races that have more than 5 the snowmobiles running at the same time?
No.
5 is the maximum.
Mhm.
Raylene, did that answer your question?
Yes, that was the question I was asking.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Kevin?
could the board do a approval for just one race?
No, because that's not what their variance application is for. We have
Okay.
to act on what they requested. We can't go Mickey mousing around with
I
their
would-
application or
Understood,
with.
understood.
Okay.
This might be a good time to review what the board has to vote on, the 5 criteria, the commercial use, and what else would the board be voting on, Madam Chair?
The board might make conditions regarding this or that. In my particular
okay.
case, I would like more information about the sound, because even though there's no sound ordinance, there are people who live right near there who don't like this. And there are people who live far from there who are testifying that their lives are, they're not unable to live a normal life when these races are going on. And I would just like to have some facts rather than the applicant's person is obviously, a little biased and nobody's done anything. I would like to have a disinterested third party who is a sound expert.
Okay, and
there,
then
however you
the
measure
applicant.
sound and advise us.
The applicant did propose two conditions that we would vote on or attach to our vote also, correct?
Right, they don't want to do it on weekends for some reason. I mean, on certain holidays.
And then there would be no
and
other.
they are willing to stop practicing on weekends that aren't race weekends.
Well,
So
every
they're
day.
saying,
Okay.
It's not an event.
right, exactly, which is a nice concession on their part.
If I was just going to say, if we grant this variance now, I mean, it's not like the race is going to start instantly. It's got to go to the planning board. They're going to go through the sound. They're going to go through the noise. They're going to go through all that. I mean, it's not. I would like to just see us grant this variance and move it on to the planning board and put it into their. They have more expertise and they have more assets that they can use to grant this or deny it, whichever.
So for me, Terry and everyone, the question is, this is expanding a non-conforming use, which is not allowed in the zoning ordinance. And I hear all those people who have a wonderful time at it. I have no doubts that it's run well, that it's a great family event. But then there are people who are really put off by it. And I would just like more information about the sound. It would help me vote. If a sound person says, this is not a terrible thing. And I know your family was in the race business, Terry. I mean, your dad started the Lee Raceway with somebody else, if I remember correctly. So, some people, I have friends who go to the NASCAR races, but I know people who are very troubled by loud noises. Veterans, for one. I know that fireworks and guns set Patrick off. He's got PTSD. So I'm trying to be sensitive to everybody's concerns and to move forward when we have enough information. I mean, even one of the proponents of the application suggested that we do some further research into sound.
Well,
Bonnie, how do you plan
Because
to
we've
do
had
that?
conflicting information before the board. We've had some people saying the decibels were this, we've had others who are saying it was that, and
And how do you propose to get a unbiased opinion if we aren't going to allow a race? So it would have to be somebody going to another Watercross race to document the decibels, because if we aren't allowing them to do anything, then we can't move forward with this.
They
It's
can
dead in
have
the water.
practices without our permission. They've been doing it. They just can't have all those people there. So they have allowed it for their own sound testing for Mr. What's that guy's name? Steve. For Steve's testing. And, I received a letter from an abutter for that one, that they weren't too happy about it and wanted us to do something about it. And I had to write back and say, we don't enforce the zoning ordinance. That's not our job. You have to go to the building inspector or the code enforcer. So, there are concerns all around. And we have this question that really, as far as I'm concerned, has not been answered in a
So
fair and impartial way.
Can I ask just one thing though? Then are we saying that, and I know this is for a particular thing that's come before us, but is anybody that owns land supposed to check with their neighbors before they do things that cause noise? I mean, we've had the people come after us because we were putting off fireworks to get rid of the Canadian geese. You need to call the police first for doing that. It's like, really, it's my land. I pay taxes and I can't set off fireworks to get the geese off my land. And now these people who are doing testing because they've got a case coming before the board have to notify everybody before they do the testing. I mean, this is still America. We still do have the right to do things on our land. At least I think so. Or, I mean, where is this going to end?
And we do have a zoning ordinance, which was adopted by the town, by vote of the town. You know, we are
The zoning
supposed to
ordinance.
respect and honor the ordinance in our work.
So the zoning ordinance prevents me from doing what I want on my property.
Teresa, I think that's stepping a little far because
I don't think so, Raylene.
I
'cause
think
you-
there is such a thing as your fist stops, you know, at my nose. And I think it's a two-way street. And I don't know that saying I can do anything I want on my property and I can't burn on my property when I want to.
No,
I have to call the fire department to say, can I have a campfire tonight?
I understand there are limitations when it's going to harm our
There's
neighbors.
a possibility that this has the potential to harm other people in the area.
Oh, so then we need to stop all racing and everything else, because if you're talking about noise levels harming everybody's hearing, we need to get rid of the snowmobiles, even in the wintertime. Then we need to get rid of the boats. We need to get rid of the drag racing. We need to get rid of the airplanes that fly over our head.
We're carrying it a little far, Teresa.
These are not questions before us. And, you know, there are people, let me use Patrick as an example, okay? You all know who Patrick is. He's a decorated veteran of the Vietnam conflict. He has a Bronze
Not
Star
all of us
from
do.
Valor. Pardon? He has to leave my house when people are shooting guns all around him. He's very noise sensitive, and it's from the war. There's nothing anybody can do about it. You know, should he have to leave home because he can't stand it? It's a tough question.
Madam Chair,
And I don't think it's just.
Romeo.
may I make a suggestion? Actually, may I make a motion?
You may.
Motion is to approve the request for case number 21-008 Victor Alpha, VA. Application from Tammy DeFrancesco and James George for a variance from Article 2, Section C, Charlie, of the zoning ordinance to permit watercross event with incidental camping, i.e. commercial use 3 weekends per year. I make that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, you would call for a vote, I think.
Who made the second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the second.
Teresa did.
Oh, thank you. Is Bonnie hung up again with her internet?
Hello, Bonnie, can you hear us? Oh, God.
I think she's experiencing latency issues. She may have to restart.
Can you,
I was just pointing out to Romeo that the applicant has suggested 2 conditions. One is that they not practice on days other than the 3 weekends that they're asking for. I think that would be important to the neighbors.
Point of order, Madam Chair, the request was not to have an event on major holidays such as Labor Day, Memorial Day, or 4th of July.
There were 2, it was a twofold request, Teresa. He said it twice.
Yeah, and the other one was no machine activity on weekends other than the times of the events.
Right, that's what I was pointing out.
was it just weekends or was it any time other than just?
Weekends of the events. In other words, they won't be running snowmobiles on their pond on days other than these 9 days they're requesting to have events.
Okay, right. That was my understanding. Somehow what was just said was a little.
I'm asking Romeo to incorporate that into his
Yes.
motion if he wishes to. I can't make him.
So incorporated.
There.
And so seconded.
A motion has been made and seconded to approve, I don't have the number, to approve case number. Could you state it?
21-008 VA.
Thank you. With the conditions that there be no racing on Memorial Day, 4th of July, or Labor Day. And that they will not allow any snowmobiles on the pond other than these 9 days. All those in favor? I'm the chair. I'm going to vote no. Romeo? I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Romeo, we couldn't hear you. Did you vote aye?
I vote yes.
Thank you, because you made the motion. Terry?
Yes.
Raylene?
No.
Teresa?
Yes.
So the application has been approved.
Thank you very much. We appreciate everyone's time.
All right, and I need to tell you that anyone in the world has 30 days to object to this. So if you spend money beforehand, it's on your nickel.
Understood. Thank you very
We have
much.
people building things or doing graveling work. So you've been approved and now you go back to the planning board.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next case.
Madam Chair, may I comment on the next case?
You may. You want to comment before I read the case? I can't find my paper, which I had earlier. This has been such a it's such a long evening full of piles of paper. I can't find my original agenda, which I know I had in the beginning because I read off it.
Madam Chair, would you like me to read it?
Yes, could you just let Teresa read the case for me, please, Romeo? And
Sure.
then you may comment.
Case 21-009-VA Victor Alpha. Application from Mitch and Carol Hale, represented by Barry Gear, Jones and Beach Engineers Incorporated, requesting a variance from Article 3, Section C, Charlie 3 of the Nottingham zoning ordinance to permit construction of a septic system within 20 feet of property line. Proposed septic system to be located 6 feet from north property line. The property is located at 5959 Shore Drive in Nottingham, New Hampshire, and is identified as tax map 6868 lots 3737.
Thank you. Of course, as soon as you started reading, it appeared. Romeo, what would you like to say?
It's difficult for me to make a decision on this either way without knowing how the adjacent property may be affected.
That may come out in the hearing.
I'm sorry, I haven't, I'm not privileged to have been here at another hearing.
No, this is the first time that we've heard this case. So there'll be the applicants, looks like the applicant has someone representing them, Barry Gear, if I'm saying that correctly. And he can probably answer your questions and may even in his presentation answer them. So,
well, what I'm getting at is I'm provided two maps, if you would, one from CAI Technologies showing the location of the lot 37 and a second map, if you would, number C3, Charlie 3, ZBA site plan. It shows the lot in particular. However, it does not show the lot adjacent. And we could approve this. However, I don't know how that affects the lot next door. I'm not saying that they have a well or a septic next door close to the property line or a home next to the property line.
but these are questions we can ask the applicant. Hopefully he'll know. And typically, if you apply for a septic system, you have to put that information that on the plan that goes to the state. If I'm not,
Yeah, but I don't see it on this.
I know,
Right.
but hopefully he'll have they usually come with some show and tell stuff that help us understand what they're doing.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr., is it Gear? Mr. Barry Gear? Did I say your name right?
Chairwoman, this is Ian McKinnon with Jones Beach Engineers. I'm here this evening on behalf of Barry. He was tied up on another meeting this evening. So I'll be representing Mission Carroll Hale on this application. With me tonight, I do have Anthony Jones from our office as well. He completed the physical design of this proposed septic system. I'm prepared to kind of dive in as long as you guys have handled everything on your end for acceptance of applications and such.
Yes, we've already done that.
Okay.
Otherwise,
so as I stated,
you wouldn't be here otherwise. You wouldn't be here otherwise.
Well, it's the first meeting, so I just wanted to be sure our application was deemed accepted by the board.
I believe it is. Otherwise, Joanna wouldn't have set you up with a hearing. This is a public hearing, so your paperwork is in order.
All righty. So I'll jump in. So this evening, we're here before the board for a request for variance from Article 3, Section C3, which requires a septic system to meet a 20-foot setback to any property line. Currently, let me share my screen while I'm talking about this. That'd be a good idea. Can everybody see that? My screen with the PDF up?
Yep.
All righty. So currently we're proposing a new septic system in conjunction with a reconstruction of an existing home on lot 37. This new septic system has been sited along the westerly property line. So that's the first thing. The application and subsequently the notice stated that the system was located 6 feet from the northerly property line. That was just a typing error when typing the application. It's planned north, but the northerly property line is the property border along the lake. That is not where we're proposing the septic system. So this is a new septic system that will be built as part of this reconstruction. There'll be a septic tank with a pumping chamber to pump up to the proposed septic field, which is located here up on the northwesterly corner of the property. The existing, I guess you could say, septic system, for a better term, it's really a seepage tank. As best we can tell, it's hard to get access to it. And Anthony can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe per the state definitions, this existing tank, which I can zoom in on, is located off the rear of the building, would actually be really considered a cesspool, which is no longer a permitted use or way of septic disposal and treatment. So as part of this reconstruction, the applicant is proposing a new septic system that does fall within 6 feet of the property line. And the reason we chose this location is because it's based on test pit data. We can design a system to meet the state and local standards. And we can also properly vent and construct it. I mean, this is a sloped lot, so this was really the best place to site this system. Any specific questions regarding the design or questions about considerations we had? We do have Anthony. So Anthony really helped cite this on the lot. But this will be submitted to the state for formal approval, but we need to obtain local approval before the state will grant any approval. Otherwise, it'll just kind of be hung up on their end. So that's the gist of what we're asking for a variance for. I'm happy to go through the 5 criteria if you'd like me to read through our responses. They were included on the application, but I'm happy to read through those. If not, I can take any questions. It's up to you.
We always ask you to go through them.
Happily.
But if anybody wants to ask any questions about your design before you go through the 5 criteria, Romeo, this might be a good
feel free to chime in, please. And Romeo, do you want me to address your question about some of the abutting properties? And I think your question kind of was led to what we're showing or not showing. Is that, more so, is that your question, the limit of the survey not showing the abutters properties?
Well, I've got 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Number one is what's happening to the abutter lot looks like 38 or maybe 36. I can't tell for sure.
36 to the
36,
west.
thank
Yep.
you. What's happening to lot 36? How close might it be to structures, leach lines, or well? That's one question. And the other one is, as I look at your map, the well seems to be at the, yes, exactly, thank you very much. But if you look at the 75-foot protective well radius, it cuts through the leach field. Is that
correct? So I'll start with the question about the abutter, on impact to the abutter. So from an impact from the construction, all disturbance will stay on our property. We did, I went over this with Anthony today. We did walk lot 36 in an attempt to find their well, and with the landowner. Anthony, please jump in if any of the details are wrong. I believe we could not find the well. We do have the well located on lot 38. That's down here on the east side, southeast side of the property. There's some stuff related to well setbacks that we'll need to work through at the state level and between the landowners. The state is going to require us to include that in our response to the state. Our opinion is that the existing system that we can see here, this large circle, it's an existing, it's a non-conforming system. It's, like I said, it's really a tank. We believe it to be a tank with just probably some holes or some ways for the seepage. There is no treatment of it like a standard septic system does. So, you know, in our opinion, the reason the state doesn't allow them is because they don't provide the correct level of treatment. So our attempt is to construct a more conforming system, a fully conforming system that in theory would improve you know, water quality and such, which is why we're cited this so that we could design that. And again, we did not have any luck finding the well on lot 36. It's not uncommon with some of these older small lake lots. And then just by the nature with our well setback, our 75-foot well setback falling within the septic system, the size of this lot is 0.28 acres. If we encompassed all of our setbacks and constraints, it really wouldn't be a buildable lot in current standards, and obviously it doesn't meet any current zoning standards. So, but based off the current well septic setbacks, you can see some shoreline setbacks here. It would be an unbuildable lot. What we're seeking to do here is make this lot more conforming with this application. And again, the state will require, they'll require some releases from the well setbacks, and that's all included with our state review. And it's really where we have to get into it is at the state level, but we're designing a more conforming system, you know, that meets all current state requirements, which, you know, we don't want to leave a cesspool here near the lake. So I think it's a good thing.
Madam Chairwoman, if I may butt in, my name is Anthony Jones, also presenting with Ian McKinnon on behalf of Jones and Meach, representing Mitch Hale. I'd like to quickly add two other points to what Ian's saying, that the well that's on our lot is only 33 feet from the existing cesspool. Cesspools are not a legally recognized septic system. And we're trying to set the system in siting it as far from any well as we can for environmental reasons. The abutter next door on lot 36, we kind of walked the site during our survey, and I believe the homeowner, Mitch Hale, also walked it with the abutter who owns lot 36, and now no one was able to figure out exactly where their well is sited. So we have no information as to where a well exists, if one exists.
If you can, this is Terry Bonzo. If you can zoom into that corner on lot 36 back by the road, on that right where the corner pin is. Yeah, if you could zoom that out right in that area. Her well is I was over there today. Her well is probably close to, see where it says 1 inch pin found. I would say her well is just to the right of that 1 inch pin found. It's right back in that corner. So it's not very far. It might be 35 or 40 feet from the end of your field.
Okay. We'll make note of that.
It's right there. It's pretty much close to the end of the D on Fine.
Okay.
And
Thank you for that.
what's
You know, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just wondering what he said it was 35 to 40 feet. What's the recommended? What's the standard?
75.
So
right.
Yeah, we're probably, if we're to assume it is at the 1 inch, just for based on some of the dimensioning here, obviously it'd be a little difficult for me to scale off of this.
Yeah, it's this pin near, it's not that one, it's down for, no, go up from that one to that find right there, yeah.
This one?
Well, over
Yes.
to D probably on the find. Nope, you were on the right spot, but right. just
Okay,
like-
yeah, in this area. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're in the 40 to 50 foot range, probably from the nearest corner, probably closer to the 45 foot range to the nearest corner of the septic system. So currently, Anthony, you're a little more versed on some of the septic rules, but I believe, you know, in theory, you're supposed to be 75 feet from a well with a septic system.
Yeah, that's correct. Some of the wells have copious amounts of casing extending down to the bedrock. That obviously adds a little bit of extra protection. If their well was installed pre-1989, which I think all of these wells are, there's little digital records as to how much casing when this well was installed. And typically nowadays, when a well is installed on a property, then the 75-foot protective radius extends off the property. The homeowner who's installing the well is required to give up some of those rights. That procedure did not exist prior to 1989. So things get a little bit more complicated. If we adhered to every single well setback on the site, there'd be nowhere to site a septic system, especially considering the proximity to the lake.
And that goes to, you know, we had to balance a lot of these considerations. Like Anthony said, there really is no place to set it if we meet every setback that we're aware of. But we feel that we chose the best location that meets the state criteria. It's away from the lake. Like I said, there's currently an existing cesspool that has technically provides, I guess, little to no treatment. There's a reason the state no longer allows those, and they haven't for many years. So again, we're trying, this is an effort to make this a more conforming lot and use, and provide a septic system that provides the state's minimum level of treatment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Teresa.
this is Raylene.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Raylene.
No, that's all right. I know that your responsibility as designers working with the landowner is to ensure that the landowner has the best possible spot for his or her septic system. I think part of the zoning responsibility is to ensure that all people have equity in terms of safety of septic systems. I'm a little unclear because I don't understand all of the dynamics of the modern septic system, considering that ours still is the old tank variety from 50 years ago. What is the potential, not the actual, the potential impact of where you are placing this on the well of the abutter?
It's a little difficult, a little bit outside of my level of expertise. I think Anthony and I.
That's the critical question, though. I think that is the critical question.
Yeah, I think I can offer a little bit of expertise.
Yeah,
on
so
this.
Anthony, why don't you take a stab at this, because I know it has to do with down gradient and stuff like that.
So first, Madam Chairwoman, with all due respect, I am not necessarily as a designer for New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I not necessarily intend to put a system in the best spot for the homeowner. I more have an allegiance to the environmental impacts of a proper
Thank you for
septic
saying that.
disposal. Yeah. If there's a spot on the lot, that's closer to the lake, maybe there's a better spot there, but I would never do it because I'd rather be farther away from the water body. Likewise, we did take into consideration abutters wells and their radiuses. This is an EnviroSeptic, a Presby EnviroSeptic system. They have NSF 40 certification for treatment. This is also kind of the smallest footprint of a septic system that we can really install that would offer effective treatment for the proposed use on this property. In terms of possible risk to the abutters, really the tubes in the septic system are wrapped in fabric that kind of create a very nice treatment layer for any effluent coming in through the system. So by the time it reaches into the ground, it's really well treated. There isn't too much left in the effluent itself other than just water at that point. In terms of risk to the well, I mean, yes, the state has a 75-foot well radius for a reason. That's certainly a safety factor to kind of cover themselves, as well as just, keep everybody happy if we can all keep things nicely spaced apart. On sites like this, where that's definitely a hardship to do, we kind of have to pick the lesser of the evils that we can.
But
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I had one question.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like, that well is probably a 1989 well. And I mean, I know the state's very strict with the distances from the 1989 well. Because I looked online and tried to find, to see how deep, because I know the state, they'll allow you to be sometimes 75 feet on a diagonal down to the bottom.
Oh, to the bottom of the casing, right? Yep.
Right. So I mean, that is one thing. So it depends how much casing is in there. That would help. The other thing was, I didn't see any test pit data on here. Anything to say? I looked the map over. I didn't see anything that showed a test. I mean, I could see a test pit, but I don't see any.
Right.
It says how deep you were, or what the water table was, or.
So what you're seeing here, like you said, we do have the test pits. We have test pit number 2, which is located here within the system. Test pit 1 was located a little bit farther down the hill around the side of this existing shed.
Yeah, but I don't see anything that's
right. So
of the test
we
pit.
can, I mean, we'll have to supply the state with a septic design plan. And Anthony, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have a full septic design plan. We did not submit that with our ZB application.
So yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch that last part, Terry.
Oh, I said this is kind of like a preliminary to get it, to get a variance and.
Correct. So we can't submit to the code enforcement or the state unless we gain your permission to construct it in this location, which is what the variance is from the 6 feet from the property line, where 20 feet is required. Via the local code authority and the state, they will approve all separations to groundwater, ensure that the system section itself is designed properly. There's some standard templates, and then obviously each site we have to tweak, which will be addressed at the state level primarily. The local authority always has time to chime in. I do want to just kind of close the loop with Raylene. In my opinion, from determining, I think you kind of versed it as, how do we know this is not more impactful or going to possibly impact an abutter more? Anthony touched upon it, where we're proposing a proper septic tank. It will have a separate pumping chamber to pump up to the field, and then into a Presby environmental, which is an advanced treatment system, or a compact septic treatment system. The existing cesspool, there's a pipe in. It's one tank that I guess really it's the final destination. It leaches its way out. There is no sand bed beneath the system, so inherently it provides less treatment. Yes, it is down gradient. It's a lower elevation. But with the close proximity, I mean, without getting into the geology side of it, of hydrogeology, these are close enough that, ultimately this water empties the septic system and finds its way down through the soils, like anywhere else in town. I think we're providing a higher level of treatment in close proximity to the existing system. And I'm sure if we looked at this whole stretch, there's a lot of wells and varying septic systems here, many of which are probably not, or existing cesspools or much older systems. So this is a very advanced system that we're proposing here with the highest level of treatment that we can get on this site.
I'd like to reiterate that a cesspool was never recognized at the state level as a state-approved system. It's kind of a technology that predates the issuance of the ENVW Q1000 rules. A cesspool is basically like a dry well for anyone that doesn't know, which is just kind of like a chamber that has holes on the sides for water to leach out of. And that's pretty standard. That's pretty standard for usage. Dry wells are still legal today. The only difference is that makes it a cesspool is that there's no septic tank providing treatment ahead of the dry well. So by the time effluent reaches a dry well, it's just effluent. There's no solids. It's just water that gets treated by the bacteria and infiltrated into the ground. Without the septic tank, you have solids also in there. There's no time, there's no room or space or time for the solids and the liquids to stratify or treat or have a bacteria eat it. There's too much turbulence flow between it. So it really provides absolutely zero treatment. And we're pushing everything significantly farther from the lake. I mean, the cesspool is about 65 feet from the lake. We're way up at 85.
Madam Chair, can I continue this discussion just a little bit? And I know that it's late, and I know my concern is I understand, I think most of what you're saying. This current system doesn't work. I got that.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, and I understand that based on your analysis, that this is the best spot for this homeowner and for the lake to have this newly installed septic system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And especially based off of the soils information that we were able to gather on the site.
And my third question is, have you also considered that this is the best place in terms of the safety of the abutters well?
Yes, we have.
So you can say that the abutters well is safe given your current location of this type of this new septic system.
We believe it's as safe as we could design given the circumstances of the lot.
That's not the same. Safe as you can design it, that's not the same as saying safe for the abutters well.
I think with that, we have to be careful for me to provide a guarantee. That is more so gets into a scientific water quality analysis. It's more of the, state has hydrogeologists and staff and that's where the setbacks come from. So that's why they generate and say, give these suggested setbacks. I think, for an example, this system, yes, there's other places that we'd still need a variance for that the system could move, but we're trying to minimize disturbance to the overall lot. And, there's certain directions we can shift the system that actually makes it, more conforming in some areas and less conforming in other areas. I think the question of, we feel that this system will provide safer effluent from this use. It's a little difficult to say with absolute certainty that it's safer, because I think that's more of a groundwater safety. And I think we're just following the state's guidance. There's many projects like this that come forward all year at the state level. And that's where a lot of this, I guess you would say, not case law, but there's many cases of this exact type of thing needed. And again, it's making them a lot more conforming to current standards.
I have a question, Ian.
Yes.
So Terry pointed out, if I'm correct, that the well on lot 36 is right in that area, right?
Yes, give or take off adjacent to this corner.
But you said the landowner didn't know where it was?
Yeah, and maybe it was covered in debris. I'm not sure what time of year we were out there, Anthony. But
those are
savvy people. The landowner wasn't aware of where the well was.
So I am the landowner, Linda Elliott, at 61 Shore Drive.
Okay.
and I bought my property 2.5 years ago. I wasn't 100% sure because the cover that was over the well stated poisonous gas, do not open. So I didn't open it.
It's a weird cover to put on a well.
Sounds like a propane cover, a propane tank cover, or old
So
tank
they
cover.
reused a cover from some other project to cover it. And so, yes, it is in that I did take a measuring tape to measure between the two spots, and it is over 30 feet, maybe 40, is between 30 and 40 feet from that to my well, which does concern me a little bit because I really don't want to worry about the water that I'm drinking. As long as we can, make the system as efficient as possible, I don't have a problem with the septic being that close, as long as we do the best that we can to make it as safe as possible for me.
Thank you, Linda, for chiming in there. And again, I'll reiterate, it's our opinion. Again, we're improving the treatment from the effluent of this use, transferring
But
from a
the
cesspool to
location of that cesspool is further away from my well, so that doesn't make any
So
sense. 'Cause
that's correct, but in both circumstances, the old septic system and the new one, both of them are hydraulically down gradient from your well. It's statistically unlikely that any effluent discharge through the leach field would infiltrate into the well.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to, the distance from where we're proposing this new improved system to the existing cesspool, which, like we've said, provides little to no, probably closer to no treatment of that septic. The close proximity to these means there's a similar cone of influence is kind of a term that people use. So essentially we're removing this system that in theory, in the grand scheme of this area, there's no difference in terms of what area we're impacting beneath these systems. But instead, this time we're providing a properly designed system that eventually finds its way down into the groundwater table, thousands of feet below or hundreds of feet below, depending on where you are.
I don't want to jump from this line of question because I think it's very important, but to get back to you, Terry, the test pit that we're designing the leach field off of, we found evidence of the seasonal high water table influence at 40 inches below the ground.
That's on
And
number two.
this system is designed to meet the proper separation to that water table.
Right, but that's test pit number two.
That's test pit number two. That's correct.
What was
test pit one, Anthony?
Test pit one was 58 inches.
58. Yeah, because I just, I went over there and looked. I mean, it is a tough lot. I won't argue that. They all are.
Yeah.
I mean, if the existing well on the existing lot, I mean, if it hasn't been polluted by that cesspool, I mean, it's probably never going to be polluted. So you could. I was just wondering, how come you don't shift? You could shift that. How far are you from the other neighbor's well? There's no distance on that one.
Yeah, I can get you a number for that. Hold on a second.
I guess we're in the 50 to 55 foot range, maybe closer to 60.
55.
Yeah, Anthony's probably got the CAD up on his computer right now.
60 feet, 58 feet.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, you get the number one test, but it's even better than the number
So
two test.
The bigger issue there is test pit two is just a bit flatter of a slope. So it's a bit easier to design on in terms of not impacting the overall topography of the site.
Right, but you could step these things down with a 58-inch. I mean, these things will go down on a step on these enviros. So I mean, you could turn it with the slope, off of test pit one, and it would run down a little closer to the existing well on that lot. It would somewhat stay away from that lot, and it would move just a little bit more away from Linda's lot. But I'm just saying that, if you put it on that, say where your retaining wall is, kind of right along along there, and you could step it down. I mean, you might have to dig one more test pit to see what you got.
So you're absolutely right. Except we get significantly closer to our well on our lot. So it's kind of splitting the difference between all three of them. That's kind of the challenge here.
But if you haven't polluted your well with that test,
with that leach field,
never going to pollute it with this system up here on the hill. And down, you wouldn't have to have any, you wouldn't have anything. And not only that, you would, you kind of split in between all the wells. You get a little closer to the existing well. You try to keep the same distance maybe from that well, and you move just a little from Linda's well. I'm just saying that's a possibility.
I definitely see what you're getting at, and I'd rather, in terms of the purposes of debate, it definitely makes a lot more sense to put closer to our well than to anyone else's well. However, I think the key difference that was a big part of this design consideration is that our well on our lot is directly down gradient of the leach field. So effluent that gets treated from the leach field runs directly down toward our well, not toward either of the abutters.
Yeah. Where do you think that's septic pit is going?
Well, so the septic pit is kind of on the same elevation, plus or minus. It's moving more toward the lake, if anything.
Yeah, but is the foundation?
And it's also,
well, it's probably sliding.
Yeah, there's a foundation in the way. You're right. It either goes under the foundation, under the footing, or toward the well as it gets shirted off to the side.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Maybe this would also help Linda. Is that your name? Linda's understanding. So if her well is where Terry said, and it's not on your plans because you didn't know where it was, I trust it will be on the plan that gets sent to the state.
Yes, we can definitely add it to the plans.
Yes,
if it is in fact under that cover.
Isn't it required?
If we know about it and we can find it, generally they're going to ask for it to be shown. And now that we know, we have enough monuments out here that we could even simply tape into it pretty accurately.
It's also just ethically, we should show it within 75 feet as well.
So my question is, don't they go over this pretty well because it's a lakefront lot at the state level? Would they take her safety into account when they look at your septic design?
I would say they take her safety into account the same way they take any abutter's safety into account. I'm not sure that it's a lake lot that they pay any special practice to it, but I don't work for the state. I have no experience to chime in.
But yes, they take, Bonnie, when the state has, they have their checklists with all state applications. They do have to take into account, abutting properties, impacts to existing setbacks, existing infrastructure on our property, but they don't have a hard cutoff at the property line. They do consider the abutting parcels.
Right. I mean, I would if I were her, I would feel better if somebody else was looking at this and saying it's okay. It's not going to pollute your well. I mean,
correct.
I hope the state would be looking at that.
They absolutely will, and that's why we always attempt to, unless a landowner doesn't allow us to enter the property, we always show the wells on abutting properties.
Additionally, it has been my understanding. I mean, they have to approve every septic system, right, Terry? Every septic system that's installed. But if it's on a lake, it's my understanding they scrutinize it even more carefully. That there are more rules and regulations. Yes,
there's more rules. I enforce the same rules, but
yeah, I don't think there's any special rules they apply to lakefront lots any differently than any other lot.
Right. I know the lots are so tight. They do make more.
They have to wiggle around.
Yeah,
I understand that.
It looks to me like there's kind of a competing interest here. There's three actually. One is the lake. One is the homeowner where the new septic system needs to be installed. And the second one is the concern about the abutters well water and its safety. Is that a correct assessment that these are kind of maybe not?
Yes, and then all that balances any existing site features, topography, soils information, existing structure. So yes, I'd say that's an accurate statement. And I would also say that is part of the state's consideration. And to go back to your point,
your consideration when you were looking at this.
Yes, so like for us primarily, we have existing structures to work around. we don't want to push that septic system farther. I guess you would call that, it'd be south, which would be closer to a well. It's awfully, it's longer pipe, which results in bigger pumps sometimes. We're being really driven by test bits, and Anthony can attest, sometimes the hardest part on whether it's an existing lot or a new subdivision lot, finding test bits that work often drives lot layout, and can sometimes drive a project, because ultimately in New Hampshire, we're primarily septic driven. But I do want to touch base on Bonnie's point. I'm not familiar with any additional regulations related to the lake, but I would say that if a reviewer sees a project near the lake, I'm sure it's in the back of their mind when they're reviewing this. And I can probably attest that the state is always in favor of a more conforming use. Like I said, they don't allow this cesspool, and it's never really been a permitted treatment source, but
no, I think it's true that these lake developments, they're all over New Hampshire, around the lakes. They all predate zoning. They are the reason why we need zoning. I mean, they're a good example, because it's hard to meet all the requirements of wells and septics and setbacks for houses and other structures on a 1/4 acre lot. And I think the state, you just have to do the best you can.
Yes.
The question is best for whom? I think for me, that's the issue. Best for everybody, not just this particular lot at this particular point in time, but best for all concerned. And I think I'm hearing that you have balanced all of those, come up with this decision, and not only are we going to look at it, but the state is going to look at it in terms of their criteria as well. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Yes. And generally the local court authority, although he may not dive into the specifics of the design, the state's always copied on that permitting. And ethically too, we have an obligation to look at this, because we would never want that to look negatively upon us as well, if something became an issue. But yes, I'd say that's an accurate statement. There's multiple levels, especially with this application. We go to you, and then we move on to the state. And state's kind of it comes to them to officially issue the permit that allows the construction. So, and they have a long-standing code that we must follow.
Madam Chair, may I comment?
Who's asking?
Romeo.
Oh, Romeo, of course you may. Sorry.
A couple of questions, if you can drag your cursor over to where I take it either the new well or the existing well is that what it is?
It's an existing well.
This is an existing well.
Okay. Is there and I apologize, I don't know much about lake regulations. Is there a rule that says that you cannot be within 75 feet of the lake?
There is no explicit separation requirement for a well to the lake. It usually comes down to constructability.
Is it a dug well or a drilled well?
It's a drilled artesian well, we believe.
Okay. Now, I don't think that this question was adequately answered before. The proposed septic leach line falls within the 75-foot radius of the existing well. I was under the understanding that no portion of the leach line could be within the 75 feet. Am I wrong?
No, that is correct. And that's one of the relief that we'll be requesting from the state as well.
Well, then why do we want to allow within 75 feet of the existing well on the neighbor's abutting land?
There is no place to put a leach field that offers effective treatment that is not within 75 feet of a nearby well.
So you don't mind polluting their well, but not yours?
We're polluting our well the same as, if not more, as theirs. The system is down gradient from their well, and our well is down gradient from our system.
Well, maybe drill a new well and bring the leach field closer to the house.
But then
You
that's
really-
closer to the lake.
Pardon me?
But then that's closer to the lake.
How
And
close
it's
to
closer to
lake
the
can you
abutters
have-
well on the south side.
How
or the east
close
side.
to the lake can you have a leach field?
At a minimum, it's 75 feet.
So you can move this thing quite a bit closer to the 75-foot line.
But then the topography becomes a real challenge, and it'd be impossible to install a leach field there that doesn't end up with grading to match the cover required of a leach field that would extend onto the abutters lot.
I can't, yeah, I mean, your test pit, you were just talking about the problem with these lots is test pits, but I mean, test pit 1 is way superior to test pit 2. It's like 18 inches deeper than the water table.
Mhm.
And
But we'll be 15 feet from our well.
you can put these things in a step right down the slope. You know, if you got the water table, you don't have to have a flat surface, right? You can step those enviros right down the hill.
The Enviro tubes need to be level, but yes, you can slope
And
the
what-
tubes parallel to each other down the slope.
You'd be in the ground and you could split the difference between all the 3 wells a little bit, you know.
Well, with all due respect, I would argue we don't really split the difference. We get far too close to lot 38's well, as well as getting within 20 feet of our own well.
Well, I don't think you'd be quite there. I think you'd be further away from your own well than you are with that septic pit. If you came right off of 1 and slid it, I mean, you could, I know it's 3 bedrooms, so it is a little bigger, but
If we put the system on test pit 1 and we sloped it parallel to the contours, we have to supply a sand extension to accommodate for the fact that it's sloped, and the sand extension is going to be very, very close to the existing well on our lot.
it'd be what, 5 or 10, what is it? Say it's 5 feet, 10 feet? What is
The
it?
sand extension, yeah, it's about 5 feet.
5 feet, yeah.
And I think I'd like to just get back to Romeo. I mean, in terms of drilling a new well and moving the septic, again, we can't enter this 75-foot setback with a new system. If we move the well, it's still going to, we have a limited window here if we account for some of these setbacks. We really aren't going to find a scenario where we're going to not be within 75 feet of our system. And again, I know we talked about this at the office a little bit with test pit 1. There's options, but until we get into it, we might end up with an elevation issue with slopes and slope limitations, and then you're sloping down really all the way back to the existing structure.
Yeah, that's correct. Also, that area that on test pit 1 is lightly wooded and vegetated, and it'd be nice to keep any natural ground cover that we can.
And that's an important note. Thank you, Anthony. Where the proposed location is, if there's vegetation here, it's limited to small shrubs. I don't even know if there's any small caliper trees in this area. I know there's some up near the corner of the lot. Again, it was really in an effort to decrease the overall level of disturbance on this lot for the overall project. Our opinion is that we've presented here a more conforming design. We will receive I'm sure we will receive comments from the state on a tricky lot like this. Just like you guys have brought up, there's multiple setbacks in play. They're going to look at the benefits from different angles. We will receive comments from the state, but we can't submit to the state until we've kind of gone through this process. So we do anticipate there will be additional review from the design review process.
And possible modifications.
Correct. And again, in theory, correct me if I'm wrong, the code enforcement is always notified of those updates.
Yeah.
If not, he receives a final plan. So that if there's any major modifications, obviously the system, the variance in this case is requesting a variance from 6 feet. We can't move it to 2 feet under any approval that we may obtain. So the town is kept apprised of the process.
Yeah, Nottingham is a town per the RSA that requires local approval prior to going to the state. Obviously, Dale denied us, and that's why we're here, which is completely understandable. We're seeking the relief for the 20-foot separation to the property line, which the state minimum is 10. We're seeking 6 because there's no way to get it further than that without being inside that shed.
Bonnie, Madam Chair,
Raylene,
I don't know if this is a fair question to ask or even an ethical question to ask, but I tend to lean towards the ethical. If the situation were reversed and you were looking at this plan from the abutter's perspective,
Mhm.
what would you say?
And what, they came to me like I was a consultant?
Yes.
Um,
And I'm not saying that because I'm taking sides. It's just that I want to ensure that,
That we're
each-
being impartial as we can?
yes,
yeah, I guess my first response, I'm glad that Linda was here this evening, as an abutter, and I think it's good that she knows that she can remove that cap from her well, hopefully, and it's not poisonous gas. If I try and put on a different hat from an abutter's consultant review engineer, if so desired, I honestly think it couldn't, and I've had cases and I have some right now where there's situations where abutters are providing comments, and it's not related to septic, but it's kind of it's a rolling ball. One side can ask a question and say, well, it should move 2 feet this way or 2 feet that way, and it gives us this or that. Really, there's many ways to look at any design. Things can be shifted here or there. It's just a matter of time. I don't think, the hours spent shifting it 1 foot this way, 1 foot that way. I guess I've never heard of a situation specifically with septic systems of a consultant being asked to weigh in. Again, it's mostly due to, in the end, we must meet the state requirements or ask for relief. And like we've stated, there's going to be a level of relief that we need from some well setbacks, whether it's ours or another. And that's just the nature of the lot. But that's where we fall onto, and that's where, the state review authority, they're kind of entrusted to consider those things. I guess that's where I leave it. I don't know how to, I've never been in a situation where I've been asked to review an abutting property that maybe came forward with an application like this.
no, I know. I know I kind of put you in a tough situation, but as a zoning board, I think that we have to take all situations into consideration. And
I think something
you have done the best that I think you have probably selected the best that you could do, but I'm just wondering if there's any wiggle room.
they could rip down that shed and put it there.
Then, yeah, I mean, like that kind of gets into, there's really.
We can also.
Does it have a concrete floor?
I have no idea what the construction of the shed is, but we could also do a Romeo set and re-drill the wells in other places. At what point is it unnecessary hardship?
I think, and that's where I understand where you're coming from, really, in that, how much wiggle room. I think any project has wiggle room. I've never seen a project that doesn't have wiggle room in some aspect, but we've designed a system that meets the minimum requirements of the state's septic design. And we believe we've cited it, in our professional opinion, best based on the existing soil conditions, and weighing different benefits on the site. Again, within the back of our mind, we always have the state's septic code, the NV 1000s that we have to follow. And it's honestly, it becomes a back and forth. We propose the design that we feel meets the intent of the state regulations the best. We submit to the state. They always come back with something. It's really, this is a very difficult site. It's barely over a quarter acre, sloped. In our professional opinion, we've really tried to seat this as best we can on this lot.
I'd like to ask the board, pending their consideration, if we could meet with Linda and verify what is underneath the cover that is labeled poisonous gas. If it is a septic system, then I think there's a lot less to be concerned about than what we're discussing. And if it is in fact the well, we can discuss how we want to handle that.
No,
Harry came to the house and he lifted the cover for me, and it is the well. It is the well.
Okay.
And we'd obviously, if it needs to be a condition or something like that, if we get to that point, we certainly need, knowing that it will find its way on this plan before it goes to Dale's office at the town and the state. Since we know about it, we need to get that on the plan. So I'm glad we know about it now.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Mitch Hale, 59 Shore Drive. I'm a property owner. You asked a question about the shed. It's a shed and a carport, and it's not on a concrete slab. It's on, there's concrete cylinders on all the corners going down into the ground. I think there's 8 of them underneath the shed, and there's six of them underneath the carport.
And so I'd say it primarily meets the definition of, some towns don't have a semi-permanent structure definition, but because of the concrete being in the ground, it's considered a form of foundation. So it's not a poured foundation, Mr. Chairwoman.
Moving it would be expensive, and you probably use it.
Yeah. Now we're reciting a couple existing structures. Again, we tried to try and balance, and this system can be installed without affecting any structures on this portion of the property.
Gentlemen, I would like to see this plan come back with the location of the abutters well. And I would also like to see the relocation of your well. I'm sure that's an expense. I know it's not cheap, but I don't want to see the abutters well polluted by leach field effluent. I'm not going to say that it may not be relatively clean, but there must be a reason why they want 75 feet or more between a well and a leach field. And the fact that you didn't even know where that well was suggests to me that your plan isn't perfect. I would like to see it come back much better than what I see now.
Well, how are we supposed to locate a well that's underneath a cover labeled poisonous gas? I would have expected it's a septic system.
You could have lifted up the cover and found out. I listen. I'm not going to.
Well, I'm not allowed to trespass on an.
But you're bringing this to our attention, and I want to see better than this.
So let me jump in, Anthony. So I don't know if you caught it, Romeo. I think Linda stated that it actually says do not remove poisonous gas or something like that. So I think that's more so when in the field, we stay away from things that are that, and that's even the landowner didn't want to touch the cap that was there. So we are perfectly okay with getting that on the plan. If the design were to remain as is, if we just look at that one item, a well being, I know I'm citing it roughly with Terry's assistance on the computer screen, plus minus 10 feet in one direction is not going to it's not going to help us get out of a setback from that well. We've already established we're roughly 50 feet within that. Similar to we're 60 feet from our existing well. The second point, you'd like to see a new well. I guess, with that, are you implying that you'd like to see a new well, but the system remain in this location, or
my assumption is a new well might be closer to what I see the words walkway, and the leach field can be brought closer to the house and maybe angled down a little bit so that the abutters well is protected and you still remain or maintain your 75-foot distance from the new well and the abutters well.
Okay, so I understand that. So to that end, moving the system farther closer to the lake, we get into some steeper slopes. a 75-foot setback centered from, again, a well and an approximate location of this 1-inch iron pin. That's 75-foot setback. And if I were to guess, I'm into this. I don't know if you can see my cursor easily. We're creating a triangle where we're still within the well setback from this existing well. And we're also starting to push that closer to the 75-foot setback to the lake, which the state won't allow us to put a field in. We're reducing the footprint of where we could site a system. And I think it's really, we're not really getting rid of any restrictions because we're kind of within the setback. We're just shifting things around. And with installing a new well, I guess under the current is I would kind of lean towards it. I just
If I could
think
interrupt
that's a
you.
lot to ask for a brand new well.
Excuse me.
We're on the slope here. We're in between structures. There's a lot of existing, landscaping and such, walkways.
Could I interrupt you, please, Ian?
Thank you, Bonnie. Yes.
I don't think, Romeo, that we have any authority to ask them to recite the well. First of all, asking them to reconfigure things is one thing, but none of us are engineers. Maybe there's a way that would work with that well. It's asking them to do something that might not be necessary. And we're not engineers. I'm a little concerned about that. I can see the concern over the proximity to the neighbor's well. We often get setback issues on the lake because these lots are really way too small, and people have too large structures to support what they have because there didn't used to be regulations. I mean, it's a sticky wicket for everybody. I don't know if they are of a mind to try to do something with these black lines, the leach field. Maybe turn it a little bit this way, maybe push it into there.
Yeah, like I said, I think it is possible. Like I said, things can move on this site, but I think the overarching theme of there's setbacks, are we in the setbacks? There's really no way to get out of existing setbacks when you have lots this small, whether it's setbacks from existing structures, wells, and then there's multiple factors to consider. So like I said, in our professional opinion, we've designed this, we have a state code to design to, and I want to stress that we are making this more conforming than it currently is. There's currently no treatment system for the existing home. But as part of this reconstruction, we're trying to design
I think that we see that, Ian. There just is some concern among board members that the well on this lot might be in jeopardy if we had, we're not out there looking at the contours, which I know you guys have to look at everything, the slopes, the contours,
yes,
the existing structures, and try to fit everything into a tiny little space. But I think that there's some concern that even though you're saying the slopes are the reason why you're further away from your own well than hers, there's a little, I don't know.
Bonnie, I think you've kind of hit it because I think from my perspective, and I'm trying to balance the competing needs, and there definitely are competing restrictions here. It's the 6 foot. I mean, I think that just seems.
It's not the 6 foot because that's not the issue. The issue is the proximity to her well.
Oh, no, that's what I mean. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying when I say
So 4 feet's not going to help,
Right,
yeah, and that's really what I want to stress, whether we're talking 5 feet or really even 50 feet, if we're looking at contamination levels, and again, I'm not a hydrogeologist, but there is a cone of influence, something, the existing system and the proposed system, they're going to have the same impact on leaching water beneath it because of the sheer size of these aquifers. And again, there's a cone of influence to existing wells, and it's really we're just moving the ball around. So again, there are many ways to look at this site, which I really do believe the state is, again, they look at all of that, partially because we are going to be asking for relief from this. Again, it comes back to the 75-foot well setback. It's driven by the small lot size. It really comes back to some of the siting of the system. We do receive comments from the state on siting of systems, again, relative to soils. And like Bonnie stated, there's many site features that drive why the system's a certain dimension.
I'm not an engineer and I don't know anything about this, but it seems to me if I were sewing this, I'd cut it right here and then take that one and put it here. So I had an L-shaped leach field.
So I don't, Anthony's not
No,
coming
you
up
get
in
it
my
further away
system,
from
but I
her
don't,
well.
yeah,
You can take that
So
away.
here's, I think something to keep in mind, like Romeo kind of mentioned, like, why don't we just push it closer to the lake to get it close to the 75-foot setback? And my response is, well, this leach field needs to be set level or else it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Things need to be spread out evenly in the field for effective treatment. If we move it down the slope, the fill on the lower side of the leach field becomes so extreme, the grading is going to end up on Linda's lot. The way to get around that is to twist the leach field 90 degrees so that the pipes are parallel to the slope of the land, which is how we would normally do it. So if we were to design it further down the slope, we would twist the whole field 90 degrees. Well, the problem with twisting the whole field 90 degrees is we get closer to the well on lot 38. So it really doesn't help in terms of the well situation whatsoever.
Does that make sense in terms of the rotation of the 90 and the impact?
That hurts your well where it's located. It doesn't hurt.
Well, it gets closer to the lot to the east as well.
Yeah, so Romeo, you kind of cut out there at the end. What
There are
was the last
three
part?
wells here. There are 3 wells to be considered, that one.
Yeah,
that
we're
one.
more or less equal distant from the well on lot 38 and the well on lot 36. And I know that we're farther than each of those from our well, but if we were to push the system down slope, we would be significantly closer to lot 38 than we are to lot 36 at the moment.
Right, so there's,
You'd
Romeo, I
relieve
don't know
that
if I
well
called it out on
and
the plan
burden
for you,
that
but,
one.
oh, sorry, Bonnie, what was that?
I said, so you'd relieve this well on that lot, but you'd burden the one on the other lot.
That would be correct. Yeah, there's really no win here.
Madam Chair.
Guys, thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
We are going round and round in circles. It's after 11. Is there anybody against me moving that we reconsider this next month so that new designs can come up, maps can be all squared away, and
I'm not hearing that there's a possible new design. Possible.
I think to my response to that is in terms of redesign, I think we could redesign this 10 times with small tweaks here and there. And you're gonna impact some things more and some things less. It's really just, we're not gonna be able to get outside of any of our setbacks.
And I'd like to
I
add
really
that
want to stress that the state
can
will
I-
review all this.
Teresa, is that a motion?
Can I at least say that, considering the fact that we have not heard from any abutters other than the owners, and it, like I said, it is after 11 and we're going around in circles, I move that we reconsider this for our meeting in July.
Let me ask
July 20th at 7 p.m.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Is there a moment for comment though? Because I do want to state that we did have an abutter, Miss Elliott
Right.
is an abutter.
Are there any other abutters present?
Bonnie, I've just made a motion and we need to vote on that. And it's after 11. And regardless of what you do, in just a couple minutes, I'm signing off and going to bed because I've had it.
We amend at this point, or is it too late?
Did you second that motion, Romeo?
Yes, I did.
There's a motion to continue. You didn't word it that way, but you mean to continue it to next month, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And it has been seconded by Romeo. And was that your understanding that it would be continued, Romeo?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Me? Who else?
Opposed.
I can't see the other people. Raylene opposed. Terry, what about you?
I was an aye.
So there's
for which?
3.
I didn't hear, you were an aye on which question?
I was a yes on the continuation.
Okay.
There we go.
So
Mr.
the-
Chairman, may I ask, is there any intent to, does the board have any intent to request a site walk on this lot? I know it's your purview to request that.
We recommend it for all cases before us, but it's not required. Sometimes we have group site walks. Would you like?
I guess I was just more asking if that is something anybody, if anybody from the board was maybe going to request that at a future meeting, that maybe that can be worked on between now and that next meeting.
I'm willing
If
to
so
site walk.
desired.
I'm willing to site walk with either Romeo or Terry.
What
So
does
that you
that
can
mean?
show me what I'm, so that,
So they know where things are. Well, I don't think Romeo
Correct.
does, but Terry
Same.
surely does.
I'm okay to that.
I just want to make sure, we can effectively use the time between now and the next meeting. I figured that was a good use.
I'm good with that. Thank you. And good night, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Do you need, Mr. Chairman, do you need to set that meeting now, or we just?
No, it's automatically set for the second. Is it the third Tuesday, Joanna? Of the month?
Are you referring to the next meeting or the
Yes.
sidewalk?
The next meeting. Is that what you're referring to, Ian?
Yeah, I was more referring to if you need to schedule a specific date for the site walk, because I know that can be flexible.
Yes, it can be flexible.
The next meeting is the 20th. Site walk is going to have to be scheduled now or risk not having it happen because you don't have someone filling my seat yet.
We have no clerk after tonight until the town finds someone else.
And we're sad to hear that happen.
So I would suggest if we're going to do a group site walk that we set the date now. And then Joanna can advise Teresa when we decide.
Does
So
it have to be a matter of this meeting, or can't we just work on that outside of the meeting?
Romeo, the thing is that you don't have somebody to help coordinate working that outside the meeting after Thursday. My last day is Thursday.
Thank you.
We didn't say thank you.
let's stick to the site walk date.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there any particular day, Terry, you work a lot. Is there any particular day time that's better for you?
No, it doesn't matter. No.
And you've kind of been there anyway, and you do.
Yeah,
septic systems.
look,
I'm
So,
open.
Raylene, when are you coming home?
Well, I don't know. I don't have my calendar in front of me. I'll try to fit it in as best I can, or carry
Okay,
the
so-
phone camera around with you.
So I suggest we do it after the 4th of July at some point after, maybe within the week before our meeting, so that it's fresh in our mind for the
Good idea.
20th. So let me see if I have my appointment book handy. Yes, I do. So the week of the 20th, or the week before the 20th, or the,
So that's the
That's why-
11th through the 17th.
yeah, and I'm gonna be gone for, I don't know exactly when I'm coming home. I'll probably be home by the 15th or 16th. Or 17th, which is a Saturday. Does that work for people? Saturday, okay?
Saturday, the 17th.
Yeah,
We can certainly have somebody be available. Several of us live locally.
so is that good for all the board members? Does anyone object to Saturday, the 17th?
I will try to be there.
So what time is good? Who's gonna do it, Ian or Anthony, or both of you, or what?
This is Mitch Hale. I can do it also, Anthony. I know where everything is, so if you guys can't, I can.
We will have someone from our company representing. We might have to work out the details.
So where can
amongst
we
ourselves.
meet that everybody can find?
Aside from the property itself.
Yes, is it on Lake Shore?
So it's on Shore Drive.
Shore Drive, right.
Which
Okay.
is a bit of a dirt road.
So where can we meet, say on 126 somewhere? 126, 156, I mean.
I would like to meet on the site if possible.
Yeah, but I'm trying to preclude people not being able to find it. Finding places around the lake is not always simple.
Yeah, I assume you want to meet and then convoy over.
We
Pardon?
shouldn't have any problems finding it. Mhm.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy. The numbers, they've got good numbering and.
Okay, so how do you
There's a
get to Shore Drive? Is Shore Drive come out to 156?
Finding
It's
we
off-
have GPS, we'll find it.
It's off Seaman.
GPS
Point
doesn't
Road.
work on those little roads all the time, Romeo.
It does, it does.
What's the address? What Shore Drive?
59 Shore Drive,
Pardon?
59 Shore Drive.
Thank you.
You're heading down 156. You take a right on Seaman Point Road and then a left onto Shore Drive.
Okay, thank you. So Seaman Point is off of 156.
And at the mailbox, you take a left.
Say that again about the mailbox.
Set of mailboxes, and then you take a left, and then that's Shore Drive, right there. It's really easy, you'll see it.
So we don't have a time. How about 11 a.m.
Sounds good.
before
I
lunch?
have no objections.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Terry?
That's good with me.
All right, 11 a.m. Friday, July 6th. No, we said Saturday, right?
Yep, Saturday, July 17th.
Okay, Saturday, July 17th.
And someone will send out a notice to that effect?
Nobody will send out a notice because there's no one to send one out.
Okay.
You will write it in your calendar now. That's why we're doing it now, because Joanna's last night with us is now.
And I will post it tomorrow, so it will at least be legally posted.
Okay, wait, let me
Thank-
send myself
thank you,
my,
Joanna.
let me send me an email message to make sure I got it. July 17th
11
at
a.m.
11 a.m.
I
And,
will send out an email too,
thank
and it
you.
will be posted on the website.
All right, great, thanks.
You're
Madam
welcome.
Chairwoman,
Joanna.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Mitch Hale again. So we'll be going before the zoning board again after the site walk. Is that the?
Yeah, well, we haven't made a decision because the case before you took a very, very long time, and you have my apologies for that. However, everyone is now wiped out.
Totally understandable.
Party, guys.
I didn't sign up for a meeting with 100 people on it.
You should have put your case
Thank
first.
you, everybody.
honestly. You should have had yours first, but
Tough
But if we
decision.
do go, if we do go before the zoning board again next month, would we be first?
Sir,
Yes.
you will be before the zoning board again, because there was no decision made tonight.
So
And
if-
usually,
when that happens, then will we be first on the agenda, please?
yes.
Yeah,
Thank
you will be. Yeah, because the
Continue.
case before you was continued, which is why you were not first on the agenda. You are continued, so you will be first on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're just missing an adjournment.
May I make a motion to adjourn?
I'll
Do I have
second.
a- All those in favor, raise your right hand. Aye, aye. Those opposed? There being none, we are now adjourned. Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.